Chapter 564. This feeling was indescribable, but it was real. Just like when Chun Hao and Long Yi first met, they felt like old friends at first sight. When Chun Hao's real body appeared and his aura returned, Long Ting felt like she had seen someone familiar. It was obviously the first time she saw the real person, and it was impossible for them to have any interaction, but she felt like she had seen him before in some corner of her memory. There was an epiphany of, so, it's you, but it was followed by a confusion of, who is it? Did it appear in a dream, or in the corner of her soul memory? Or was it a chance encounter in the 100 reincarnations that awakened the feeling of 100 reincarnations? Or was it a past life, a past life, a past life? There was no answer, but the feeling was real, and that was familiarity. Phew, no wonder Big Brother said we felt like old friends at first sight. I also have this feeling. Do you have it too? Long Ting was stunned for a moment, looking at the smiling Chun. How? She suddenly felt a lot closer and asked, if not, do you think I'm the kind of person who would stick to a beautiful girl whenever I see one? Chun Hao said, ha. Long Ting laughed exaggeratedly without caring about her image and said, that's what I thought. I thought it was my charm that attracted you. It's Sister Long and you're secretly sizing me up? Then it seems that my charm is not bad. Knowing this, you still didn't give me a look. Could it be that you feel a little moved? Chun Hao's mouth curved up slightly, revealing his signature evil charm. Bah, who's moved by you? I'm just giving face to my big brother. Besides, you are now a famous genius in the vast universe galaxy. I can't be angry with you just because of a look, right? The two of them were like friends who had known each other for many years. They joked without restraint as they walked into the magnificent palace together. What made Chun Hao feel slightly strange was that he didn't see anyone along the way. Although he didn't dare to release his powerful soul perception out of politeness, he naturally sensed that there were no cultivators within a few thousand meters of him. Why are there so few people in your family? Chun Hao couldn't help but ask. How are there few? There is no one. Didn't you see the token that opened the door just now? No one? That's right. Although our clan is known as the Long Clan, we only have 39 members in total. Why are there so few? Chun Hao was a little surprised. This question, I can't answer you. It's our family's secret, Long Ting said, a little embarrassed. In fact, by saying that it was a family secret, she had already revealed the secret. This was because to the outside world, the Long family didn't seem to care about reproduction at all. However, even though Long Ting knew that she couldn't say it, she still couldn't help but tell Chun Hao. This was her family's secret. But after saying that, he regretted it and hurriedly added, this is our family's secret, and it's also a secret. You have to keep it a secret. Ahem. Okay, Chun Hao said. However, he was even more curious. What kind of secret could it be? However, looking at Long Ting's careful appearance, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. Moreover, since she said that it was a secret, Chun Hao didn't ask any more. You can stay here. This is my brother's courtyard. In the middle is my brother's room. You can choose any of the other rooms. Long Ting brought Chun Hao around the spacious and huge manor. After walking quickly for a full 10 minutes, they arrived at a small courtyard filled with exotic flowers and plants. The environment was unique and elegant. Okay, next to it is my courtyard. I'll go get you something delicious to eat. Do you want it? Something delicious to eat. Chun Hao was slightly stunned. Ever since he stepped into the cultivation world, his appetite for food was close to non-existent. Only when he was with Huyen Aobua and the others. He would often drink a little wine. Basically, all his energy was put into cultivation. What enjoyment of life! It was close to non-existent. Because of this, Long Ting's words, while making Chun Hao surprised, also touched a certain nerve of Chun Hao's. Yeah, you don't like it? If you don't like it, then forget it. You must be like my brother, only knowing how to cultivate. How boring. Long Ting said, a little unhappy. Hee hee. I didn't say I don't like it. If it's delicious, I naturally have to taste it. Let's go. Chun Hao was stunned for a moment and said, You're dealing with me again. Forget it. I don't like to force things. You go cultivate. Sister Ting, I'm serious. You can't be so cruel as to evoke the desire that I've hidden for so many years and then tell me that you don't want to do it anymore. What are you talking about? Long Ting pinched her nose and said with a slightly red face. But after speaking, she still pulled Chun Hao's sleeve and walked towards her courtyard. It seems like there's something wrong with what I said. Don't let this girl misunderstand that I have that kind of meaning, and I have to be careful. Chun Hao caught the shy expression on Long Ting's face and thought to himself. In the room, the furnishings were so luxurious that it made Chun Hao dizzy. Any random chair was made from rare and precious 10,000-year-old spiritual wood. There were also many small trinkets made from precious materials, but they were casually placed. This was a little out of Chun Hao's expectations. This was obviously Long Ting's private living room. Shouldn't it be the same as hers, neatly arranged and clean? What's there to see? It's just a little messy. Sit, I'll go get some food. You can't judge a book by its cover. Chun Hao casually sent out a stream of energy and gathered the small trinkets beside the chair together, piling them in a corner before sitting down. Not long after, Long Ting used her inner yuan to carry over 10 steaming hot and exquisite dishes and happily placed them in front of Chun Hao. Then, after passing Chun Hao a bowl and chopsticks, she stared at the shocked face of Chun Hao and said, Try the taste and see how it tastes. I've recently come up with a few side dishes. They're very delicious. Ahem. Sister Ting, can I say, you're recklessly wasting God's gift? Chun Hao looked at Long Ting's expression. He knew that what he should do was to first take a bite, then close his eyes and put on an intoxicated expression. Then, like a hurricane, he wolfed down all the food in front of him. After that, he stared at Long Ting with a face full of worship, with tears streaming down his face, and said, It's too delicious, too delicious. In the future, if I can't eat food like this, how can I live? But in the end, Chun Hao couldn't hold back and spoke his mind. Damn it! Was this a side dish? Every side dish on the Wuji star would be fought over by several major forces. Although Chun Hao didn't know much about the price of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth on the Yang star, he could estimate that the value of these 12 dishes was at least 100,000 immortal yuan crystals just by sensing the aura contained in them. Moreover, the knowledgeable old god was still introducing them in his mind. However, Long Ting had turned these precious spiritual herbs into side dishes. Long Ting's expectant expression changed bit by bit after hearing Chun Hao's words. In the end, she stared fiercely at Chun Hao and said angrily, Are you going to eat or not? She almost put one hand on her waist and pointed at Chun Hao's nose with the other. Yes, I'll eat. Chun Hao said hurriedly. Then, knowing that he had said something wrong, he decisively acted out a scene from the classic comedy God of Cookery that had been going on for a long time on Earth. Pfft! This made Long Ting burst out laughing. In fact, she wasn't angry at Chun Hao's words at all. After all, how could she not know the value of the ingredients she had used? It wasn't the first time she had heard Chun Hao's words. Even her brother had said the same thing, but it wasn't as serious as Chun Hao had made it out to be. In fact, it was a little wasteful, but their family could afford it. You don't have to make me happy. It's delicious, but your acting is too exaggerated. Ha ha. I haven't eaten yet, but you've already finished it. Ahem, it's too delicious. I couldn't help it. Chun Hao wiped the oil stains on his mouth and said, You can cook some more. There are no more ingredients, and I still have to buy more. No, you have to come with me. Long Ting pulled Chun Hao out of the house. Young master, they've come out again, when Long Ting and Chun Hao, who had disguised himself again, walked out of the Long residence together. A cultivator who looked like an ordinary passerby with a weak aura sent out a message from the second world. Even with Chun Hao's incomparably powerful perception, he didn't discover that he was being followed. One could imagine how high the cultivation of the person who came was. You still can't confirm who it is. Yes, the other party still changed his appearance and aura. However, he shouldn't be chasing after any of the Miss Long otherwise. I could more or less sense it. Yes, follow them. I'll be back soon. I want to see who it is that Long Ting would actually personally receive. Yes, young master. The old man leisurely followed Chun Hao and Long Ting from afar. This wasn't the first time he had followed them like this. Moreover, with his cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be discovered by Long Ting. In fact, he didn't have any ill intentions. He was just following his young master. They look very intimate. I'm afraid young master will go crazy later. Who could it be? His cultivation is only at the peak of the advanced stage of the human celestial stage, but his aura is not weaker than Long Yi's. Could it be a genius from another main planet of the vast universe star system? Well, it should be possible. But no one on the Asianing planet dares to disrespect young master. This is the largest market for spiritual items of heaven and earth in Xiantian City. Almost all the cultivators in the Asianing planet come here to buy spiritual items of heaven and earth above the mid-range. Long Ting introduced the market to Chun Hao while looking for what she wanted. Chun Hao was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Although he had long known that Xiantian City was the gathering place of the top forces and experts on the Asianing planet, he didn't expect the so-called market for spiritual items of heaven and earth to be so powerful. All kinds of precious spiritual herbs were placed in rows on the stalls on both sides of the street, like a vegetable market. If it weren't for the protective seals that prevented spiritual energy from leaking out, it would really be like a vegetable market. Second update. Pray for ya. And in the morning, the high-rise residents of our community came down and said there was an earthquake. Wu Shan didn't pay much attention to it, but he found out in the afternoon that the epicenter was Ye and in Sichuan. I'm in Kunming. So many disasters. I hope my friends in Sichuan are fine. I hope everyone is safe. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 565. This together. All of these, looking at Long Ting asking the attendant to take out the spiritual items without even asking the price. Chun Hao, who did not want others to think that he was a country bumpkin and had no magnanimity, had been holding back. But in the end, he was still defeated by Long Ting. This was completely Jinling's first time entering a market, and he was destined to be a big fat sheep being slaughtered by the vendors. Sister Ting, these are not clearly marked with prices. I know, what's the matter? Don't you think that we should bargain? Bargain? Huh? They don't dare to sell to me at a high price. Our family is also one of the bosses here, and we enjoy the lowest discount. Right, if you like anything, just say it, I'll give it to you. Chun Hao did not speak. All along, this brother had thought that he was very rich, but now he finally knew what it meant to be rich. This was the real, fair, rich, and beautiful. Fortunately, Chun Hao was not a softy, and he did not have the idea of being a gigolo. Otherwise, if he was thick-skinned and picked some, it would definitely not be a problem. It was more than 100,000 immortal core crystals, enough for an ordinary cultivator to be extravagant for a while. The meal he had just eaten was also worth 100,000 immortal core crystals. It's about enough to eat for a while. It's your first time in Xiantian City. Do you want me to show you around? No need. There's nothing much to show. I recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I need to comprehend more. Chun Hao said immediately, show him around. Show him around. In this awesome place, he faced all the awesome things. Unfortunately, there was no awesome wealth. Was he looking for trouble? If he had not transferred the immortal core crystals to Chen Shui, and the rest, he could still buy some things that he liked. Now he could only stare. Is that so? All right, then we'll… Ting Ting? What a coincidence. You're also here to buy things? At this moment, a young man who was walking out suddenly saw Long Ting. He exclaimed in surprise and quickly walked over. This young man was tall and slender, and he was handsome and outstanding. He belonged to the kind of person who made people feel cold at first glance. His aura was like a sharp sword, and he did not need to be deliberate at all, and his sword chi soared into the sky. What a sharp aura! Chun Hao was slightly surprised when he sensed the young man's aura. Even Long Yi could not give him such a feeling. Yeah, Brother Tian, didn't you go to do a mission? After Long Ting saw the person who had come, she was slightly surprised. She seemed to want to take a step forward and block in front of Chun Hao, but then she seemed to have thought of something. Her footsteps stopped abruptly, and she said with a smile, I've been back for 2 days, and this is… Sure enough, as Long Ting expected, the youth she addressed as Brother Tian raised his sword-like brows as he looked at Chun Hao and asked. Chun Hao, who was hidden under the black bamboo hat, frowned slightly. Since he had changed his appearance and aura, he naturally didn't want to reveal his true appearance. However, the young man didn't seem to notice this and asked in an unreserved manner. A new friend of mine. It's inconvenient to reveal his true identity. You should have a chance to get to know him in the future, right? My friend's strength is very strong. He may be on the same level as my brother. Ha ha. Long Ting looked at Chun Hao with an imperceptible, mischievous look in her eyes and said, Is that so? The young man surnamed Tian looked at Chun Hao again and asked indifferently in a condescending and provocative manner. Of course. Brother John Doe, let me introduce. Long Ting simply wanted to watch a good show. She directly tugged at Chun Hao's sleeve and called him Brother John Doe. This is the famous Tian Jun from the Yang planet. You should have heard of him, right? But she knew in her heart that Chun Hao should not have heard of him. After all, she knew that Chun Hao had just arrived at the Yang planet not long ago. Although Tian Jun was famous, he had not reached the point where everyone knew him. The reason why she asked this question was completely intentional. Sorry, brother, I can tell at first glance that you are an expert among experts, a genius among geniuses. You are like a sword, and your heart is like a sword. Your sword chi soars into the sky, as if it is going to break the firmament. Although I have never heard of you, I am definitely ignorant. After all, I have just arrived at the Yang planet. Chun Hao said. How could the astute Chun Hao not see through Long Ting's little trick? He had no time to play this kind of trick. Therefore, he turned a blind eye to Tian Jun's provocative look. Instead, he spoke very honestly. His words of praise were not flattery, but the truth. The young man in front of him did give him a very dangerous feeling. In particular, the young man was at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. It seems that you are an expert in the way of the sword. That's good. Before Long Ting could speak, Tian Jun, who was staring at Chun Hao, spoke. His eyes were still full of provocation and even aggressiveness. It seemed that he was not affected by Chun Hao's compliment at all. Chun Hao was slightly taken aback. Who the hell is this guy? He is like a thorn. Did I offend you? Brother Tian, are you going to challenge me again? Brother John Doe is just like my brother. He deliberately imprisons himself in the human celestial stage. You are already in the Earth celestial stage. Is there a need for that? Long Ting was very dissatisfied with Chun Hao's performance. Therefore, she ignored Chun Hao's obvious intention of not wanting to complicate matters. Instead, she looked at Tianjun and said, "How can I, Tianjun, miss this opportunity to make Tingting say that he's strong and comparable to your brother? John Doe, I, Tianjun, have no right to call you John Doe. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Oh, I forgot. Since you have never heard of my name, you must not know my character. Whether you agree or not, you have to agree in the end. Don't worry, I won't force you. F***CK. Chun Hao cursed in his heart. Is this not forcing me? What does it mean to be forcing me? Yes, yes, yes. Brother John Doe, Brother Tian, will challenge anyone of the same age as him. He is a famous challenge maniac in the Xiantian city. He will not give up until he achieves his goal. Whether you agree or not, he will agree in the end. He is not forcing you. He is pestering you. Also, don't worry. He will control his realm to be the same as yours. Well, strictly speaking, Brother Tian is my brother's best friend. Ha ha. Long Ting stepped between the two of them and said, Long Ting's meaning was like a louse on a monk's head. It was too obvious. It was nothing more than telling Chun Hao, just fight. Nothing will happen, and there's no need to be afraid of offending others. Maybe in the future. For now, I don't have the time or the mood. Chun Hao glared at Long Ting. Although they were separated by the black veil of the bamboo hat, Long Ting could feel Chun Hao's dissatisfaction. Chun Hao continued, By the way, I won't go back with you. When your brother comes back, tell him that I have something urgent to attend to. See you next time. Hiss. Before Long Ting could react, Chun Hao turned into a ray of light. His aura disappeared completely in an instant. Long Ting panicked. She did not expect Chun Hao's reaction to her actions would be so intense. She immediately regretted it. Sister Ting, I don't want to expose my identity. If you want to know my strength, you can do it yourself. Why do you need an outsider to fight with me? Since this fellow is close to your brother and you, he will probably guess that it is me once we fight. All right, I will walk around by myself. I will go back at night. Don't go, I was wrong. Long Ting shouted to the void. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't even sense a trace of Chun Hao's aura, let alone lock onto Chun Hao and send a voice transmission. Chun Hao's sudden decision made her a little regretful, so she did not even think about it before calling him out. Unfortunately, Chun Hao did not reply to her. Swish! The instant Chun Hao disappeared, Tianjun's body started to move despite the absence of wind. In that instant, he raised his senses to the maximum, spreading them out in all directions. Was he trying to hide and escape? What a joke! If I, Tianjun, was so simple, I would not be famous for being difficult to deal with. However, how is this possible? Tianjun was dumbfounded. He had always been confident in his powerful perception. However, he could not detect Chun Hao's aura at all. More importantly, he was at the Earth celestial stage, while his opponent was only at the human celestial stage. Ting Ting, who is John Doe? Brother Tian, I can't tell you. Anyway, you don't know him. It's all your fault. Why did you have to meet me at this time? If I didn't meet you, I wouldn't want you to test his strength, and he wouldn't be angry with me. Ting Ting, I have to go. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to attend to. Oh, by the way, I got something good from this mission. I'll give it to you. Swish! Tianjun threw something to Long Ting and left in a hurry. What a joke! He was not afraid of anything. He was only afraid that his great-grandmother would be angry with him. He knew very well that he would leave after throwing something to her. Otherwise, he would be blackmailed out of many things. Humph. You ran fast. Long Ting looked at the thing in her hand and muttered to herself, and then she glanced at the surroundings. When she didn't receive any more voice transmissions from Chun Hao, she knew that Chun Hao had probably left, and she could only resentfully return home swiftly. Beep, beep. Young master, you don't have to come. Huh? What's wrong? That. Just now, Long Ting and that young man met Tianjun. Tianjun challenged the young man, but he avoided the challenge and left. He left. Where's Long Ting? The young man seemed to be angry with Long Ting. Long Ting took the teleportation device and went home. What surprised me was that after the young man hid, even I couldn't sense his aura. If I'm not wrong, that young man might have a high-grade saint artifact that can hide his aura. Moreover, he should be a top genius from a powerful planet in the vast universe galaxy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to activate a high-grade saint artifact. He's that powerful. Yeah, apart from that, there's no other reason why I couldn't sense him. All right, you can continue to follow Long Ting. Contact me if you have the chance. Yes, young master. Author's note. Today is the third watch. I've been going at high intensity for a few days now. I'm really sleepy today. I'll have a good sleep first. If you have a vote, please vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 566. In the secondary world, Chun Hao sent a message to Long Yi, emphasizing that he could not reveal his identity. After all, he was now in the eye of the storm. Not only were the top forces of the Ying planet going to Golden Light City to rope him in, but even the forces of the vast universe galaxy would be there. If Chun Hao's identity was exposed, he would be in big trouble. Who knew how many people would come after him? How could he complete his mission then? Not to mention, Chun Hao was also clearly aware that some people would definitely be driven to desperate measures, and would stop at nothing to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Especially before he decided which force to join, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity. For all these reasons, Chun Hao had to be cautious. After all, he only had potential, not strength. Any celestial, immortal expert would be able to kill him. Brother, what should we do? He will not come back, right? It's okay. Since he said he would go back tonight, he should be back. He should have a lot of concerns. Sister, did you ask him what he was going to do in Xiantian City this time? No. Brother, he gives me a good feeling. Like you said, we hit it off at first sight. When we're together, it's like we've known each other for years. Oh. Long Yi was slightly surprised to hear Long Ting's words. A smile appeared on his face as he stared at Long Ting. Brother, what are you doing? I don't mean anything. I just feel that he's familiar and close. That's right. I hit it off with him at first sight. That's the feeling between two men. Sister, you hit it off with him at first sight. It shouldn't be called hitting it off. It should be called love at first sight. Bah, brother, don't talk nonsense. Ha ha, you're blushing. Sister, Brother Chen is really good. No matter what, he's the most outstanding person I've ever seen. If you really like him, I'll be the first to support you. But as far as I know, he already has a cultivation partner, and it's not as simple as 2 or 3. You have to be mentally prepared. Furthermore, you should be aware of our Long clan's secret. The two of us are variables. Long Ting blushed. She had always had a brother complex. In fact, the short contact with Chun Hao was like being with her brother. It felt good, but this good feeling was not mixed with any other thoughts. However, she had never experienced a relationship between a man and a woman. She did not know if this feeling was the love at first sight that Long Yi had mentioned. It should take about a month to gather all the members. During this time, I have to complete the second world's hidden mission. Chun Hao, who had merged with all things in the world, wandered aimlessly in Xiantian City. Chun Ritien, who was in disguise in the second world, started fighting again. Ever since the first time Chun Ritien purchased a champion, he no longer needed to purchase his identity. He could be evaluated as one of the champions for the second day. The reason was very simple. With a record of 10 consecutive victories and a generous bet, just these 2 points alone were enough to instantly defeat the majority of cultivators. There was no reason for him not to be one of the champions of the second day. Moreover, as he became more and more popular, many cultivators wanted to fight with him, but could not. This directly caused the number of cultivators who applied to fight with Chun Ritien to increase their bets. I've already completed more than 300 battles, and all of them are victories. 1 month in the real world is enough for me to obtain 1,000 victories. 1 month in the real world was 10 months in the second world. It was almost 1 year in the second world, which was the limit of the mission. Now that he had more than 300 victories, he only needed 600 more to complete the requirement of 1,000 victories. 2 months in the second world would be enough. Arena? Chun Hao, who was wandering, was suddenly attracted by a huge signboard. The words arena were exactly the same as the one in Yang City in the second world. Even the palace looked exactly the same from the outside. I didn't expect Xiantian City to have such a place. Let's go in and take a look. Chun Hao was wandering aimlessly. Now that he saw the arena that looked exactly the same as the one in the second world, he suddenly had the desire to see the cultivators in Xiantian City. After paying the same price as the entrance ticket in the second world, Chun Hao entered. At that moment, he had the illusion that he had entered the second world. That was because the aura here was too similar to that of the second world. Countless cultivators filled the arena, and the various levels of the arena were exactly the same as the one in the second world. Only the manual in his hand allowed Chun Hao to understand that the fighting mode here was different from that of the second world. That was because no one could fight continuously in the real world, and no one could instantly recover to their peak state after a battle. Similarly, the life and death here was real life and death. In fact, this was the place where cultivators would fight to the death or spar. Amazing, so ruthless. In just a few minutes of watching, Chun Hao was shocked and excited at the same time. It also made him realize that the second world was the second world. It could not be compared to the real world. The cruelty of the real world and the nature of not being able to revive made the fighting here very intense. It was far from what the second world could compare to. Chun Hao was sure that the same person could not unleash 90% of their combat power in the second world. Here, under the pressure of the life and death situation, the power of the small universe far exceeded that of the second world. There was something more important that the second world did not have: equipment and weapons. Being strong doesn't mean that you are strong. In the real world, it's not just about one's combat power, but also their dharma treasures. Luckily, I'm not in the mood to fight with Tianjun. Since that guy is on good terms with Long Yi and Long Ting, he must have an extremely high status. How can he not have powerful weapons and equipment? At that moment, Chun Hao, who was originally very confident about the impossible level mission, broke out in cold sweat, especially when he thought about how the mission to collect the fire crystal marrow from the blazing star had to gather 100 cultivators before setting off. He felt even more uneasy. He thought that the real danger might not be the mission itself. At that thought, Chun Hao was no longer in the mood to watch the battle. He disappeared from the Xiantian City's arena. After arriving at the teleportation formation in the city, Chun Hao asked about the Xiantian City auction house and was directly teleported to the nearest teleportation formation. "Sister, don't wait any longer. Brother Chun just sent a message saying that he has something on and won't be returning to our house for the time being. Is he angry with me? This. I don't think so. Didn't he tell you that he would be going back? I think he really has something to do. Brother, give me his contact number. Long Ting said a little sadly. Long Yi understood his sister's character. Although she was a little unreasonable and short-tempered in some aspects, she had a good heart. Similarly, he also felt that Chun Hao would not blame Long Ting for such a small matter. However, even he was not sure why Chun Hao would not be returning to the Long family. Of course, he also did not know why Chun Hao would come to Xiantian City at such a crucial time. Wait a moment, then. Long Yi thought about it and sent a message to Chun Hao first. A moment later, Long Ting received Chun Hao's contact number. Before she could send a message, she received a message from Chun Hao. After reading the message, Long Ting smiled. Sister, what did he say? Nothing much. He just said that he's not angry with me at all. After he's done with his business, he'll come to our house. Oh, that's good. I'll be home the day after tomorrow. We'll talk about it then. Unfortunately, when Long Yi returned home, Chun Hao was still not there. However, in the second world, Chun Hao told Long Yi and Long Ting that he would need at least 10 days to half a month. This made Long Yi and Long Ting even more curious about what Chun Hao was doing. Although they asked, Chun Hao did not say anything, so they were too embarrassed to ask. On the other hand, Tianjun rushed over on the second day after Long Yi's return. He looked a little excited as he told Long Yi and Long Ting a piece of news. Then, the three of them walked out of the Long residence and headed to the auction house. According to the news from the auction house, there are all kinds of origin stones being auctioned this time. There's even a high-quality spirit spring. How shocking! That's right. When I heard this news, I rushed back without stopping. I feel that there's something fishy going on. What do you mean? Think about it. Origin stones, no matter the quality, are extremely rare items. If there's one that suits you, even if the quality is low, someone will bid for it at a high price. This is not the usual style of the auction house. How can they not say that the benefits are the most important? This news is so rushed. Although it's spread widely, you still have to have time to rush back. According to the usual style of the auction house, they'll definitely do their best to promote it. At the very least, they'll have to arrange it for the auction in a month, right? That's true. However, according to the insider news I received, the seller wants to auction it immediately. Besides, with the reputation of the auction house, it's impossible for them to release fake news. Oh, since that's the case, there shouldn't be any problems. I hope they'll be the origin stones I need. In the auction house, according to the usual practice, today was a traditional small-scale auction. It was the kind that was held every day, and the items being auctioned should not be of great value. However, when Long Yi, Long Ting, and Tianjun entered the auction house, the number of cultivators, there was no less than a large-scale auction that had been promoted. Moreover, the buzz of discussion directly explained the reason. It was the extremely rare origin stones and supreme-grade spirit spring in the world of cultivation. Of course, most people were here for the origin stones. This did not mean that supreme-grade spirit spring was not as precious as origin stones, but the audience was different. The auction price of supreme-grade spirit spring would definitely be higher. However, the cultivators who came for the supreme-grade spirit spring were only weapon refiners. No one would use something as precious as supreme-grade spirit spring as energy liquid to cultivate. Chun Hao, who had been in a closed VIP seat for a long time, was sipping tea and eating exquisite snacks. At this moment, he was in an incomparably wonderful mood. He had long known that the rotten stones obtained from the primordial space were valuable, but he did not expect them to be so valuable. It was worlds apart from what he had imagined. Even the old god did not expect this. No wonder Senior Brother was so excited when I gave him this kind of stone. At this moment, Chenhao also recalled Heavenly Venerable Yuanru's shock and excitement when he had given him some rotten stones in the silver wing ship when he had borrowed immortal origin crystals from him. Although the quality is low, I have a lot of them. He he. Chun Hao felt as if he had struck it rich overnight. Part 1. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 567. Originally, Chun Hao had come to sell the rotten stones and the supreme-grade spiritual spring because he had been stimulated by the real arena. Everything can only be prepared and not used, but not used and not prepared. Moreover, his impossible-level mission this time was not as simple as just completing the mission. What had Tantai Lien encountered in it, and whether he could rescue her after he went in, these were all unknown. The only thing he knew was that the real difficulty after he went in might not be the mission itself, but the cultivators who would come in after a period of time. The starting point of this impossible-level mission was the headquarters of the Alliance in Xiantian City. Obviously, this mission was for all the cultivators on the Asian planet. It would gather the top cultivators in the human celestial stage on the Asian planet. After all, not many people were as crazy as Tantai Lien. Moreover, after reading the specific description of this impossible-level mission at the headquarters of the Alliance, Chun Hao vaguely understood the real reason why Tantai Lien had chosen this impossible-level mission. Seeing more and more cultivators coming in, Chun Hao became more and more confident about the wealth he was about to obtain. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw 3 familiar figures: Long Yi, Long Ting, and the idiotic challenge maniac Tianjun. Why are they here too? Could it be that they are also here for my rotten stones? Chun Hao thought to himself. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything for the time being. There were a total of 400,000 cultivators in the massive auction hall. Even though it was still a distance away from the number of people in a large-scale auction, it was still 4 to 5 times the number of people in a small-scale auction. Furthermore, more cultivators were still rushing over. After an hour, the auction officially began. An old man with an immortal aura and a radiant smile appeared in the arena. The moment the old man appeared, many people in the auction hall exclaimed in surprise. However, they soon quieted down. Chun Hao also learned the reason from the crowd's discussion. It turned out that this old man was a senior auctioneer who only appeared in large-scale auctions. His appearance today surprised everyone at first. However, when they thought about the items to be auctioned, they were not surprised. Everyone, I'm very sorry. This was supposed to be a small-scale auction, but it has become a large-scale auction. Many of you must have rushed back after receiving the news. Our auction house would like to express our apologies for any inconvenience caused by this situation. However, it is precisely because of the haste of the auction that the competition among all of you will be a little smaller. Ha ha ha. All right, let the auction begin. The first round would be 100 sets of origin stones of different attributes. Each group had 10 pieces of the same attribute. The starting price was 10,000 immortal essence crystals. Each increment must be no less than 100. Voila! The short opening speech caused an uproar in the entire auction house. From the very beginning, or 100 sets. Amazing! It looked like the amount of origin stones that the seller had provided this time was definitely considerable. Let's see the quality of these 100 sets. Phew, I hope it has the attributes I need. The first group has 10 metal-type origin stones, low grade. Let the bidding begin. 20,000. As soon as the old auctioneer finished speaking, a young lady holding 10 pieces of the rotten stones that Chenhao had mentioned zoomed in and displayed them on a huge screen. A young cultivator at the human celestial stage, sitting in the front row, raised the price by 10,000 directly. He looked like he was determined to win. Damn it! He raised the price by 10,000 directly. What an idiot! Isn't he trying to drive up the price? You can't say that. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes last suffers. The origin stones have only attracted the attention of the cultivation world in recent years. No one knew whether they existed or not, but no one knew their value. Basically, they were used as ordinary energy stones or refining materials. Now, on the entire Asianing planet, who doesn't know their value? Just wait and see. The competition will be even fiercer later. Two cultivators discussed in private. At the same time, the second person to speak also raised the price by 1,000 directly, breaking the short silence. 30,000 stones. However, he did not expect the first bidder to raise the price by another 9,000 stones. Countless cultivators booed. If the young man who made the bid was not a well-known, good-for-nothing disciple of the 5 big families of the Asianing planet, he would have been regarded as a pawn of the arena. Ha! What a freak! Was he born to help me? In the VIP box, Chunhao had a panoramic view of the scene outside, so he naturally saw who the young man who made the bid was. If it was not Shimin Feng, then who was the guy who gave him goosebumps and made him feel too embarrassed to kill? 30,000 stones, going once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Since everyone has rushed here, I'm sure you're all aware of the rarity and huge demand for the origin stones. A few years ago, some appeared on our Asianing planet. Fortunately, our auction house discovered its true value, and it attracted everyone's attention. Unfortunately, the number of stones that have appeared in recent years is very limited, far from being able to meet everyone's needs. If you miss this opportunity, 30,000 stones, going twice. 31,000 stones. 40,000 stones. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Shimin Feng raised the price by another 9,000 stones without giving the crowd any time to breathe. Humph, I'll take all the metal attribute stones. Who dares to bid? Not only did Shimin Feng bid, but he also added an extremely arrogant sentence. Damn it, this is a prodigal lunatic. Only an idiot would play with him. The cultivator, who bid 31,000, sat down gloomily. Damn it, although I'm very happy, isn't this guy too stupid? If his enemy was here, why would he just watch? Although Chunhao was very happy, he also expressed sympathy for this guy's IQ. 41,000 stones. Sure enough, a calm voice came from not far away from Shimin Feng. It came from the mouth of a youth who was also in the VIP seats. As the young man spoke, he looked at Shimin Feng provocatively. Obviously, Chunhao had guessed correctly. The two of them did not get along well. Idiot! However, Chunhao had guessed the process, but not the ending. The seemingly stupid Shimin Feng actually showed a smug look on his face when he heard the young man's bid. He softly spat out 2 words and sat down directly. In the end, the young man got it at the price of 41,000 stones. This made Chunhao a little dumbfounded. Similarly, all the cultivators who knew Shimin Feng were also a little dumbfounded. When did this guy become so smart? As for the guy who was cheated by Shimin Feng, he was so angry that his teeth were chattering. 41,000 immortal essence crystals were nothing to him. The set of origin source stones that he had obtained was estimated to be worth at least 20,000 immortal essence crystals. In fact, he lost less than 20,000 stones. But it was embarrassing. He was actually cheated by a legendary hedonist and idiot. In the eyes of others, Wouldn't he be even more of an idiot? Next were the 3 sets of wood, water, and fire attribute stones, all of which were low grade. The intensity of the auction was far from that of the first set, but in the end, Chunhao was very satisfied with the final price. They were all sold for around 25,000 crystals. Next is the first set of Earth attribute origin stones. The auction starts now. Please make your bids. 30,000 stones. Shimin Feng finally made his move again. He was still as domineering as before, directly increasing the price to 30,000 stones. The reason was very simple. He knew that someone would definitely make a move. For F***CK, 31,000 stones. The young man who was cheated wanted to make a move without thinking. But just as he said 4 words, he saw Shimin Feng's provocative gaze and hurriedly changed his words. You think I'm an idiot? Humph. If you have the guts, make your bid again. 31,000 stones. Going once. 35,000 stones. Injuring the enemy 1,000 and losing 500. Seems not bad. Shimin Feng seemed to hesitate and made his bid again. 35,100 stones. These attributes are useless to me. I'd better give up. Playing with idiots is boring. Shimin Feng completed his goal and sat down directly, and the guy who was cheated twice in a row was so angry that his face turned green. These were the attributes that he needed. He bought what he needed at a price of 10,000 more than others. He didn't even care about this at all. How infuriating. If you have the guts, don't make a move. What's a little bit of money? I'll make sure you can't buy what you need. Then I'll play with you. Next were the derivative attributes. The first one was the derivative of the metal attribute and the thunder attribute. Everyone thought that Shimin Feng would make a move, but this time he didn't. So the young man who was prepared to fight with Shimin Feng couldn't do anything. However, everyone realized that the price of the auction was slowly increasing. Although it didn't increase by much, after dozens of sets, the price also increased to about 30,000 per set. After the first 100 sets were auctioned, it reached 35,000. This was something that no one had expected. Beep, beep, beep. In the second world, Chunhao received a transfer message from the wealth card. Shockingly, the proceeds from the first round of 100 sets of origin stones had arrived. Deducting the 5% commission from the auction house, Chunhao had a total of 87 million immortal core crystals. According to the current market, getting 10 million immortal core crystals shouldn't be a big problem. It's barely enough for me to purchase mineral veins. Chunhao thought to himself. Chunhao had already consulted the market about the price of mineral veins. Rare and precious mineral veins with special functions were naturally only available in the auction house. Precious mineral veins with large production volumes were clearly marked with prices, and these were naturally what Chunhao needed. It was also because of this that Chunhao had agreed with the auction house in advance that the first round would be auctioning 100 sets of origin stones. He also asked the other party to make a timely transfer, so that he would have the capital to make a move when he saw the mineral veins he needed. This was because what he wanted to refine was not only equipment and weapons, but also his own aircraft. The Silver Wings modification was already very impressive, but unfortunately, it was a public aircraft on the Wuji planet, and he couldn't take it away. Moreover, he didn't need such a big aircraft for the time being. Firstly, if he could bring such a big aircraft with him, once it was discovered, it would definitely cause a commotion. After all, no one's mind could store such a big thing, not even a heavenly celestial expert. Otherwise, the Silver Wing wouldn't have stopped at the designated aircraft parking area in Golden Light City. Secondly, he didn't have the capital to purchase such a large amount of materials. The only thing that Chunhao regretted a little was that he had used all the materials he had obtained on the Silver Wing. If he had known this would happen, He wouldn't have sold so many origin stones and supreme grade spirit spring water if he could have kept some for himself. Second update. Only a pitiful 1 monthly vote today. Run away in tears. Continue to fight. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 568. Although the following items were not bad, most people were not interested in them. After all, this was a small auction. Many cultivators were gathered because of the origin source stones and supreme grade spirit spring water. Most of them were here for the origin source stones, and a small number of powerful blacksmiths were here for the supreme grade spirit spring water. Of course, the main reason was that other than the origin source stones and supreme grade spirit spring water, an auction house that was not fully prepared could not gather anything of great value. The ore veins that were auctioned had special uses, but were not very precious. Even if the blacksmiths who were here for the supreme grade spirit spring water took a fancy to it, they did not dare to make a big move because they had to bid for the supreme grade spirit spring water. This allowed Chun Hao to bid for quite a few ore veins, and the competition was not very fierce. At the end of the auction, the second round of origin source stones appeared again. It was still 100 sets of inferior grade origin source stones. This situation was a little unexpected. Originally, they thought that there would be at least 2 rounds of inferior grade origin source stones in the middle and end of the auction, since there were 100 sets of inferior grade origin source stones at the beginning. Why were they still inferior grade origin source stones? Or rather, were the origin source stones only inferior grade origin source stones this time? This situation made some cultivators who were prepared to bid for better quality origin source stones a little depressed. However, they were afraid that it would be the same later on. So most of them could not help but make a move. Although the inferior grade origin source stones were bad, it was better than returning empty-handed. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of competitors present, it was obvious that many people were destined to fail. Therefore, the scene directly exceeded Chun Hao's expectations and became very popular. This made the guy who had been defeated by Shimin Feng feel proud. At the same time, many cultivators who had originally thought that the guy was stupid became envious. The reason was very simple. The price of each set, regardless of attribute, was raised to 50,000 immortal origin crystals after just 30 sets. However, when it reached 50,000, no one was willing to bid any higher. Generally speaking, cultivators were still rational. Although origin source stones were rare, there was a trend of gradually increasing since its true value was discovered. In order to get it early, only the truly rich would spend too much. Even Long Yi, Long Ting, and Tianjun made a move. Long Yi bid for the metal attribute and thunder attribute sets. Long Ting bid for the wood attribute and wind attribute sets, and Tianjun bid for the earth attribute and dark attribute sets. They all succeeded at a price of more than 50,000 points. The only thing that Chun Hao found strange was that Shimin Feng and his opponent did not attack again. This made the auction process pale in comparison. In this round of auction, Chun Hao obtained 24 million immortal essence crystals, which was much higher than the first round. Now, we will begin the final round of the Origin Stones auction. It will still be 100 sets of low-grade Origin Stones. This was his last chance. Time was money. If he could get it early, then he would get the chance to comprehend the origin of his attributes. Money was just a worldly possession. If he found something suitable, then he would gladly take it. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin the bidding for the first set of metal attribute items. Although the auctioneer's words were very enticing, it was a pity that many of the truly wealthy people who should have made their moves had already made their moves. Therefore, Although this round of bidding was the last chance, the price didn't continue to increase by much. In the end, it didn't exceed 60,000. However, Chun Hao's harvest in this round was undoubtedly the highest, 21 million. The harvest of the 3 rounds, excluding the top-grade spirit spring, exceeded Chun Hao's estimated total income of 10 million and reached 32 million. Phew, I really didn't expect this. If I had known that these lousy stones were so valuable, I wouldn't have wasted them on refining weapons. The materials that Chun Hao, the girls, the members of Ao Tian, and the disciples of Wuji Immortal Palace who rushed to the Great War of the 3 Realms in the East Continent to refine treasures were all extracted from origin stones. According to the current price, the amount of origin stones spent on a single treasure was definitely enough to buy dozens or even hundreds of such treasures. This was measured in terms of treasures. If the immortal essence crystals that were sold were bought into mineral veins, and Chun Hao refined them, the difference would not be 10 times or 100 times, but thousands of times. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are still many 9 netherfrost pools. At that time, my space was limited, so I couldn't bring many. I can still get a lot of them. Besides, as long as I have time, isn't it easy for me to make money? Chun Hao thought to himself. With the existence of ancient treasures and weapon spirits, even if he were to become a weapon refiner, he could make 90% of the weapon refiners lose their jobs. Whether it was in terms of speed or quality, in front of weapon refiners of the same level, he would absolutely kill them in seconds. The only thing Chun Hao lacked was his own level of strength. Now, if he wanted to refine something powerful, he would need the help of an expert. Just like when he modified the silver wing, it was impossible to rely solely on himself. I wonder how much this 100 cubic meters of supreme-grade spirit spring can be sold for. 2 million should be possible, right? Originally, according to his estimation, it was at most 1 million immortal essence crystals. After all, the energy contained in 100 cubic meters of supreme-grade spirit spring was at most the energy of 10 immortal essence crystals. Considering the importance of supreme-grade spirit spring in weapon refinement, Chun Hao estimated it to be 1 million, but now it seemed that 1 million was definitely not enough. 2 million. Chun Hao had already gritted his teeth and estimated it. After all, although supreme-grade spirit spring was the finale of the auction, it was not as huge as origin stones. To Chun Hao, it was definitely not a small amount to sell for 2 million crystals in 100 cubic meters. But in the end, it made Chun Hao feel like he was slapping his own face. There were less than 100 people bidding, and the starting price was only 500,000. But in just 2 minutes, it exceeded Chun Hao's estimate of 2 million, and it was still rising crazily. When it reached 4 million, there were only 2 unidentified old men left. This was only judged from the sound, because both of them were in a private room and had concealed their auras. Neither of these 2 old men was angry, but they both increased the price by 100,000, making everyone in the auction house feel that these 2 were rich and imposing. In the end, it was won by one of the old men at a price that Chun Hao could not imagine. 8 million. Little friend, this old man is right, right? Ha ha ha. You're right, it's indeed far beyond my imagination. However, Senior, I'm very curious. Forget about origin stones. Why is the price of supreme-grade spirit spring so high? It's very simple. Your supreme-grade spirit spring is not a natural supreme-grade spirit spring. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Natural supreme-grade spirit springs are all born after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It's originally a very rare thing. When refining weapons, it can be raised by a grade. In fact, the effect is definitely better than your unnatural supreme-grade spirit spring, although not by much, but the value of your spirit spring is higher. You saw it during the auction when the price reached 4 million, basically everyone withdrew. The reason is that a natural supreme grade spirit spring is also at this price. But the next two bidders took a fancy to the hidden value of your spirit spring. Hidden value? Yes, it's unnatural and condensed in a short period of time. It doesn't have the ancient aura of a natural spirit spring. This means that once they discover the mystery of your spirit spring, they can use it as a foundation to condense more supreme grade spirit springs in a short period of time. Although the possibility is very small, it's not impossible. Therefore, Old Man doesn't think the price of 8 million is high at all. If you give Old Man time to hype it up, the price will be even higher. I'm satisfied. Happy cooperation. The next time I come to the Asianing planet, I'll look for you again. Ha ha. Good. Little friend, these are the mineral veins you bought. The ordinary precious mineral veins you wanted are also here. Check and accept them. The prices we bought were all at the lowest discount. We directly deducted the price from the supreme grade spirit spring. This is the account. Take a look and see if it's correct. There's no need to look. I trust you, Senior, Chun Hao said straightforwardly. Okay, then I'll transfer the last sum to your wealth card. In the next few days of the auction, Old Man will try to arrange as many mineral veins for special purposes as possible. In the future, you'll enjoy VIP treatment at our auction house. I guarantee that your identity won't be leaked. Okay, thank you very much. After bidding farewell to the old man who had specially received him, Chun Hao returned to the accommodation arranged for him by the auction house and began to refine and purify with Old God. Without the help of energy from Heavenly Lord Yuanru and many other practitioners, Chun Hao's speed of refining the mineral veins was much slower, and the quality of the refining would also be affected. There was no other way. Chun Hao couldn't return to Golden Light City to look for Heavenly Lord Yuanru. As for others, Chun Hao couldn't look for them either. Even if he could, he wouldn't do it. This was his biggest secret, and he had no choice but to let Heavenly Lord Yuanru know about it. This was because Heavenly Lord Yuanru was trustworthy. Hiss. Phew. Master asked me to participate in this impossible level mission. There must be a deep meaning. Otherwise, with my strength, I should choose an impossible level mission with a higher chance of obtaining an opportunity. Could it be that I've received inside information from the Alliance? It should be, a young man at the peak of the advanced stage of the human celestial stage with an extremely powerful aura appeared in the mission center of the Alliance headquarters and went directly to the mission processing area. Isn't that Mo Xiaozong from the Heavenly Mist Sect? The young man saw a figure at another window from afar and thought to himself. His mind immediately spread out, and he pricked up his ears. Blazing Star Flame Fire Essence Collection mission. Please help me with it. What a coincidence. The young man frowned slightly when he heard the voice from afar and said, It seems that it's inside information. Mo Xiaozong's master is also one of the higher-ups of the Asian Star Alliance. There's one more competitor. Let's see who's stronger and luckier. The young man immediately activated his true core strength and instantly changed his appearance and aura. Originally, he didn't intend to hide his identity at all, but after seeing Mo Xiaozong, he changed his mind. However, what the young man didn't know was that a young cultivator who came in later than him had already discovered him. Third update. Tomorrow morning, I have to go out to run some errands. My daughter has to go to kindergarten. Sign up soon. If you don't find someone, you can't enter the better public kindergarten at all. There's no way. I can only find someone to help me. I'm not sure if it will explode tomorrow. It depends on the time I come back. Wushan stayed up late tonight to save it. Tomorrow is Monday, a new week. Please recommend me. Monthly votes. It's been exploding for a period of time. Please believe in Wushan. Unless there are special circumstances, it will continue to explode. So, please vote for Wushan, brothers and sisters. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 569. Beep, beep, beep. Brother Chin, it's been half a month. Are you still busy? In the second world, a few days ago, Chun Hao, who had completed 1,000 victories under the identity of Chun Riqian, was comprehending the Heaven Dao law in his cultivation room when he received a message from Long Yi. Soon, soon. Chun Hao said embarrassedly. He had been staying at the auction house for the past few days to collect materials. At night, he would stay at the place that the auction house had arranged for him to cultivate. In fact, he had enough materials for this trip. The reason why Chun Hao did not go to the Long family was because he wanted to use this free time to collect some materials. Can you come to our house today? There's something very important that you should be interested in, Longy said seriously. What is it? We'll talk about it when you come. You have to be quick. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. All right. I'm almost done here. I wanted to stay for 2 more days. If that's the case, I'll go back now. It'll take about 4 hours, Chun Hao said. In fact, Chun Hao could rush back very quickly. However, if he did that, Longy would definitely have some ideas. He had been urging him to come, but he never came. Now that he said there was something good, he immediately came back. That was too disrespectful. Therefore, it was necessary to delay for 4 hours. That's good. Be quick. We'll wait for you. Brother John Doe will be here in about 4 hours. Long E, I'm getting more and more curious. I've been your brother for so many years. Can't you tell me who he is? I really can't tell you. He emphasized that I can't tell anyone. What can I do? We've been brothers for so many years. Don't you know me? I have to keep my promise to others. Even if I tell you, you won't reveal anything about him. You can't tell anyone either. This is my principle. All right. Bullsh asterisk T principle. You're so stubborn. Ting Ting, tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone, Tianjin said gloomily. Brother Tian, principle. My brother can't tell anyone. I can't tell anyone either. If you didn't appear last time, he wouldn't have... All right. Don't tell anyone. Anyway, I don't care. When he comes, I will definitely challenge him. If he can do it, that would be the best. If he can't, then he must. I want to see who it is that snatched my position as soon as he appeared. I was the one who asked you to go, but you all want to share it with him. I really don't know why you all treat him so well. You don't understand. This, ahem. Long E suddenly realized that he almost spilled the beans. He coughed awkwardly. He wanted to explain that he and his sister felt like they were old friends when they first met. However, if he said this, Tianjun might think that it was Chun Hao. This was because he had told Tianjun about the first time he met and fought with Chun Hao. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, for this kind of thing, no matter how high the probability is, it depends on one's luck. One more person won't make any difference. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, you won't be able to get it even if you go in alone. Tianjun stared at Long E for a few seconds before he said, so you're saying that I should tell another 100 people? Anyway, if it's yours, it's yours. There's no need for that. It's better if it's less. Long E could not pretend anymore. 4 hours later, Chun Hao saw Long E, Long Ting, and Tianjun waiting at the door. Brother John Doe. John Doe, you're finally here. Long Ting greeted him with a smile. I'm sorry. Something came up. I'm almost done. Chun Hao said. Come, let's talk inside. Long Yi pulled Chun Hao into the manor. Brother Long, what's the hurry? Tianjun is my good brother. I know. I've already met brother Tian once. Chun Hao glanced at Tianjun, who had been staring at him from the side, and said with a smile, his master works in the mission center of the Asian Ingstar Alliance. He's a high-ranking official. Therefore, he received some insider information. This is not a secret at our level. To put it simply, he can get some mission statistics that ordinary people can't get. There's an impossible level mission. According to the internal analysis, if you do it now, there's a high chance you'll get an opportunity. My sister and I both want to participate. With your strength, you'll have no problem completing the mission. Go and try your luck. Maybe you'll get an opportunity. Oh, Chun Hao was slightly taken aback. Although there were many things he did not know, Long Yi's words were undoubtedly very attractive to any cultivator. However, Chun Hao remembered that Long Yi said it was urgent and asked, if we sign up now, when will we depart? We'll definitely depart tomorrow. Therefore, we have to sign up now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged you to come here. Brother Long, I'm afraid I can't go. To tell you the truth, I'm here to complete a mission. Moreover, we're just waiting for the number of people to gather before we depart. It'll probably take another half a month. Isn't that simple? Just cancel the mission. You can cancel it before you depart. Long Ting said. Let's go. We'll go together. After you cancel the mission, you can sign up again. Cough, cough. I can't do that. I have to go on this mission. My cultivation partner has been trapped in there for a long time. I'm worried something might happen to her. Chun Hao said frankly. Long Yi did not know what to say. When Long Ting heard Chun Hao's words, she was also slightly taken aback. A strange expression flashed across her face. Then, there's no other way. Unfortunately, we'll be together again in the future. My sister and I have to sign up first. Tianjun, accompany Wu Ming. We'll talk when we're back. No problem. Tianjun looked directly at Chun Hao. His eyes were still filled with provocation. He did not even look at Long Yi and Long Ting before he replied. Brother Tian, if you dare to do anything before my brother and I return, I won't let you off. All right, I promise you'll challenge me again when you're back. If you want to watch, just say so. Tianjun finally smiled. Chun Hao was speechless. Let this fellow accompany him. However, he could not refuse. Do you drink? Whoosh. Tianjun raised 2 jars of wine and looked at Chun Hao as he asked. Chun Hao did not say anything. He picked up one of the jars and opened it. Your concealment Dharma treasure is not bad. It can't be hidden from my senses unless it's a saint artifact. Since you can activate a saint artifact, it means you're quite strong as well. I'm looking forward to it. Tianjun said. After he finished speaking, he opened the lid with a pa sound and tilted his head back to take a big gulp. Chun Hao smiled and drank a mouthful as well. The wine is not bad. Of course, you avoided the battle last time because you were afraid of getting into trouble, or were you afraid you would lose face in front of Long Ting? Or did you really have something urgent to attend to? That's not important. You should be fine now. As for trouble, Long Yi and Long Ting's friends are my friends. Even if you're hiding and making me unhappy, if you were me, you'd feel the same way, Chun Hao said with a smile. Is that so? Do you want to fight me now? Otherwise, you'll lose face later. All right, on account of your wine. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Chun Hao's eyes as he looked at Tianjun and said. Tianjun was slightly taken aback. His provocation was only to force Chun Hao to fight him. He did not expect Chun Hao to agree so readily when he saw how calm Chun Hao was. Good, that's straightforward. However, are you really afraid you'll lose face in front of them? Haha, do you think that's possible? Since it's impossible, then let's wait for Ting Ting to come back before we fight. I don't dare to provoke that girl when she goes crazy. You'll lose face if that happens. Chun Hao smiled lightly, and his face that had changed his appearance flickered with a wisp of innate arrogance. Interesting. I'm looking forward to it now. Don't worry, I won't fight you with my advantage in terms of cultivation base. Cheers. I hope so. Chun Hao raised his wine jar and clinked it with Tianjun's as he said nonchalantly. Chun Hao was patient with Tianjun because of Long Yi and Long Ting. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have given Tianjun what he wanted. He would not have waited until now. However, it was also because of this that Chun Hao found this person to be a good person. Buzz. Just as Chun Hao and Tianjun began to drink in silence and wait for Long Yi and Long Ting to come back, there was a sudden vibration in their minds. There's news. Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Ever since he stepped out of the Asianing planet and the existence of the Second World, communication runes and other runes had basically been eliminated. Now that there was a vibration, there was no doubt that it was from the mission token issued by the Alliance's mission center. Chun Hao hurriedly took out the mission token and read the message. An impasse mission token? News of our departure? Tianjun, who was very experienced, stared at the token in Chun Hao's hand. He seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise. Phew, that's right. We'll depart tomorrow. It seems that the battle with you will have to be postponed, Chun Hao said as he spread his hands. It could not be helped. Although Chun Hao was confident that he could fight Tianjun and was not afraid of being injured, the sudden news of their departure disrupted his rhythm. This was because although he had collected enough mineral veins, he had not completed the refinement. He had to complete the refinement of the important items by tonight before he could depart tomorrow. What's the name of the impasse mission you're doing? Is it to collect the fire essence from the blazing star? Tianjun asked directly, as if he had not heard Chun Hao's intention to postpone the battle. How did you know? Is this the mission you were talking about just now? Correct. Tianjun looked at Chun Hao strangely and said, It seems that your chances are higher. What do you mean? Chun Hao did not expect such a coincidence, but he was puzzled by Tianjun's words. Getting insider information and making your own choice are two different things. It's obvious that you can't have insider information that long in advance. So, you're already at an advantage at the start of the battle. First update, a new week. Looking for monthly votes. Looking for recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters, let's go. Please, everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 570. When Long Yi and Long Ting returned and learned that Chun Hao had accepted the mission to collect the fire crystal marrow from the blazing star, they were both surprised and delighted. Tianjun, on the other hand, left feeling envious, jealous, and depressed. He was already an expert at the Earth celestial stage, and this mission was restricted to experts at the human celestial stage. He could not accept this mission at all. That night, Long Yi, Long Ting, and Chun Hao were preparing for this mission. Chun Hao was refining magic weapons with all his strength. Long Ting went to the market to prepare a lot of food. Long Yi went to prepare a lot of communication talismans and other things. Even Long Yi, who was known as the Invincible Celestial, could not underestimate this mission. No one could be sure how long it would take for them to complete the mission, whether they would get the legendary opportunity, or whether there would be any unexpected changes in the mission. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare for a long battle. On the same day, in a room deep in a giant palace. Young master, just as we expected. Long E and Long Ting have signed up. Very good. By the way, young master, the mysterious young man who is close to Long Ting, also returned to the Long family today. Did he sign up? No, Long Ting and Long E asked him to sign up. Otherwise, they would not have arrived so late. I don't know why the young man did not sign up. What a pity. If he went, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A divine artifact concealing magic weapon is not bad. Yes, young master, there's one more thing that you have to pay attention to. More than 10 young experts from other top forces have also signed up. It doesn't matter. They don't pose any threat at all. Are my men ready? They are all ready. A total of 20 men of sacrifice have been sealed by me to the peak of the mastery of the human celestial stage. Don't worry, young master. However, you have to be careful. Don't let the old master know about this. Otherwise, I'm afraid you, and I will. If you and I don't say anything, who else will know about it? As for this news, it's just a casual sentence from my mother. There's no problem. Young master is right. I wish young master success and a triumphant return. Ha ha ha. Of course. Well, you can go now. Yes. After the old man finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared from the room. This old man was the old man who was following Long Ting. As he watched the old man leave, a sharp light flashed across the young man's eyes. He mumbled to himself, Long Ting, as long as I have you, I'll be able to have you in the future. Unfortunately, that mysterious fellow didn't go. Tianjun, Long E, Long Ting, and the experts who signed up for the mission to collect the fire marrow crystals from Blazing Star because of inside information did not know that the so-called inside information was nothing more than groundless rumors that their masters or seniors who were in high positions had heard from a certain powerful person. This situation was no different from the inside information in the past. Basically, it was a kind of benefit that the higher-ups like them tacitly agreed to. Who would be able to sense the abnormality? Who would have thought that something was amiss? As for Chun Hao, he was even more in the dark. He had absolutely no idea that he, who had appeared with a mysterious identity and was very close to Long Ting, who had been determined to possess a sacred artifact concealment Dharma treasure and could even activate Dharma treasures, was the one who had caused the young man to lose his patience and set up this trap. The reason was simple. Both the old man and the young man believed that the mysterious Chun Hao might be a disciple of a powerful sect outside the Yering planet. Why would someone with such an identity and background appear next to Long Ting? Of course, more importantly, Long Ting went to pick up Chun Hao in person and even took Chun Hao to the market. This made the young man, who was familiar with Long Ting's every move, feel a potential threat. The next day, at 7 a.m., inside the mission center of the Alliance, there was a giant field with a radius of thousands of miles. It was a flat land that stretched as far as the eye could see. If it were on Earth, this area would be enough to defeat all the land planes. But here, it was just a field that was used to park the giant aircrafts that the Alliance used to carry out missions. Giant aircrafts of different colors were bathed in the morning sun, emitting a bright light. One of them was 50,000 feet long, 2,000 feet wide, and 1,500 feet high. It was completely golden and looked like it was made of gold. There were 200 cultivators gathered in front of it. About 50% of the cultivators were at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. More than 40% were at the medium stage of the human celestial stage. Only a few cultivators were at the initial stage of the human celestial stage of the people present, except for a few who showed their true faces. Most of them were obviously disguised. There are so many experts. Chun Hao, Long E, and Long Ting had arrived early. Sensing the cultivators coming, Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Even he didn't expect this impossible level mission to gather so many experts. Of course, according to Long Yi's speculation yesterday, Chun Hao also knew that there should be more than a dozen young experts who had received inside information like Long Yi and Long Ting. The reason why Chun Hao was surprised was that the number of experts with extremely powerful auras was obviously more than 20 more than Long Yi had predicted. At this moment, although Chun Hao was wearing a black Taoist robe, he didn't wear a black bamboo hat. However, his handsome appearance had become ordinary. He was neither ugly nor handsome. He was the type that didn't attract attention. But at this moment, what made Chun Hao smile bitterly was that he was still too eye-catching. The reason was very simple. Long Ting, Long Yi. Long Ting. Although at this moment she didn't look like her real face at all, her appearance was still very beautiful, especially the milky white tights that showed off her graceful figure that hadn't changed much. Long Yi's appearance, body shape, and aura had all changed. But this guy was abnormal. Not only did he not hide his aura, but he released it unscrupulously. Just standing there, he gave people a huge pressure. Most importantly, before coming, Long Yi had said that in order to prevent others from guessing his and Long Ting's identities, he had asked Long Ting to pretend to be his Tao companion. The reason was very simple. No matter how Chun Hao's aura changed, the essence was definitely not something that Long Yi could change. On the other hand, if the siblings were together, it would be easy for people who had insider information and were very familiar with them to figure it out. So, Chun Hao stood in the middle, and Long Ting was on the left, holding onto Chun Hao's arm. If Chun Hao accidentally moved, he could touch Long Ting's bouncy and charming breasts. That was not all. Long Ting smiled from time to time and looked up at Chun Hao with her beautiful face, as if she was transmitting something. How could this not attract attention? Brother Chun, the guy at the edge on the right should be Emo Xiaozong of the Sky Mist sect. He's not much weaker than me. In the second world arena, I can easily defeat him, but in reality, it's very difficult for me to defeat him. He has a supreme grade spirit treasure armor and a pseudo-saint treasure sword. If you meet him, try not to fight with him. The seventh one on his left, wearing a silver Tao robe, should be Zhu Peifeng of the Black Sword sect or Wei Wushuang of the Heavenly Star sect. I can't be sure. I can only tell by sensing the majestic energy in their bodies and the strength of their bodies. It's hard to tell their real bodies apart. Our left front, these are the things that I can basically tell. However, the experts this time are really out of my expectations. There are more than 20 people that I'm definitely not familiar with. You should be able to feel it. Brother Chun, I know that you are very strong, but there is still a big difference between the second world arena and the real world. Because in the real world, everyone has different equipment and weapons, so the difference is huge. You can't ignore this point. However, don't worry too much. Although there are signs of conflicts in the mission, under normal circumstances, there won't be any conflicts unless the enemy follows. At that time, the three of us will keep in touch. If there's any situation, we'll immediately inform each other. Long Yi transmitted his guests to Chun Hao and Long Ting, respectively. He and Long Ting both knew that Chun Hao should have a saint treasure with concealing properties. Although they did not know how Chun Hao, who came from a barren planet like the Wuji star, got a saint treasure, they could tell that Chun Hao should have other magic treasures with him. After all, Chun Hao was now the hope of the Wuji star. How could they not give him some powerful magic treasures when he came out this time? Unfortunately, these two super rich people did not understand how barren a planet like the Wuji star was at all. Even if Heavenly Venerable Yuanru opened the treasure vault of the Wuji star for Chun Hao to choose, he could not find anything that could satisfy Chun Hao. Moreover, Heavenly Venerable Yuanru did not mention anything about giving Chun Hao a magic treasure at all. This was not that heavenly venerable Yuanru did not value Chen Hao, but he knew Chen Hao too well. Would the person who could transform the silver wing into such an awesome existence need him to provide magic treasures? Wouldn't that be a joke? Heavenly venerable Yuanru almost asked Chen how to help the Wuji star refine some magic treasures and confiscate them. This was something that would happen sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before he did not mention it now. Brother Long, you don't have to worry about me. You should worry about Ting Ting. Chen Hao heard Long Yi constantly reminding him about this and that, but he did not mention Long Ting at all. This made him feel very strange. She should be worried about us. That's right. Chen Hao, don't underestimate me. Tianjin Xiang, right? Earth Immortal, right? Do you think he's afraid of me just because he's giving in to me? My own strength isn't as strong as Big Brother and him, but when you want to bully me, you'll understand. Ha ha ha. The corners of Long Ting's mouth curled up into a wisp of a little devil's arc, and she sent a voice transmission rather complacently. Who could this kid be? While Chen Hao and the other two were communicating and sizing up others, the three of them were also the targets of others' attention, especially one of the figures that even Long Yi did not notice. To be exact, it was a figure that was completely ignored by Long Yi, Chen Hao, and Long Ting because he was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. Second update. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please everyone, it's Monday, the data is quite pitiful. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 571. This young man was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. Based on his analysis, he determined the identity of Long Yi and Long Ting. Although the two's auras were well concealed and changed to a great extent, coupled with the addition of Chen Hao, most people were unable to determine the origin of the three. But this young man was sure. The reason was simple, because he knew that Long Yi and Long Ting were coming. Among the 200 cultivators present, there were not many female cultivators. Just the unchangeable life aura alone was enough to rule out the others. As for Chen Hao, who was holding Long Ting's arm, in the young man's judgment, the biggest possibility should be Long Yi. But Chen Hao's internal aura was not comparable to Long Yi's at all. On the contrary, the young man beside Chen Hao, who was unscrupulously releasing his powerful aura, was more like Long Yi. Then, who was Long Ting holding? The young man's slightly sickly pale face showed a thoughtful expression. Could it be that mysterious guy? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, based on my understanding of Long Ting, there's no one in Profound Heaven City who can make her so close, especially in front of her brother. This means that the mysterious fellow should have accepted this mission long ago. This is the only way to explain it clearly. The young man's eyebrows shone with the light of wisdom, and he came to the correct conclusion in a moment. It was not that this guy was very smart, but he knew too much about the overall situation. All of this was under his control, including the masters who appeared now. 20 of them were his men of sacrifice. The identities of the other 10 or so powerful young men were also under his control. With so many conditions, he did not need to have a strong sense to be able to identify most of them. Phew. Very good. It seems that the heavens are helping me. Since you've come, then stay. However, this kid has a divine grade, concealment magic treasure. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong before we make a move. Otherwise, it won't be easy to find him if we act rashly and alert the enemy and let him take it away. The young man imperceptibly stared at the place where Long Ting was holding Chen Hao's arm. The depths of his eyes became colder and colder. He was even more certain that his crazy action in the Great Leap Forward this time was correct and wise. Otherwise, if he was any later, Long Ting might become this mysterious youth's Tao companion. Body and heart, time's up. Everyone, please use your mission tokens and wealth cards to board the aircraft one by one. Whoosh. At the end of the morning, a majestic voice sounded. 5 celestial stage experts with powerful auras turned into streamers and appeared above the aircraft. When the majestic voice of the old man in the middle sounded, the door of the aircraft opened with a swish. The 3 old men entered the control room directly while the other 2 old men were like ticket inspectors before boarding a plane on Earth. They took everyone's tokens and wealth cards in turn and checked them before they could enter the aircraft. This situation was to prevent the difference between the people who accepted the mission and the people who completed the mission. After all, the level of the mission was determined based on the cultivation realm of the mission itself. If this impossible level mission of the human celestial stage was given to a master of the celestial stage, it wouldn't even be the lowest simple level mission. After more than 10 minutes, everyone had boarded. Welcome to Vast Universe Galaxy Human Alliance's aircraft number 2389. I am the supervisor of aircraft number 2389, Yen Dongsheng. Our destination is the Blazing Flame Planet, and the flight time is about 1 month. After about 20 days, the signal of the second world will disappear. It is best that you inform your friends and family in your own forces in advance. The impossible level mission has an average death rate of 60%, a completion rate of 1%, and the probability of obtaining an opportunity is close to 1 in 10,000. Although the overall situation of your group is unexpectedly strong, you can't let your guard down. Your life is first, the mission is second, and the opportunity is up to fate. I also hope that there won't be any conflicts. Once there is clear evidence, I believe you know the consequences. Okay, let's start now. Boom. As soon as Yen Dongsheng finished speaking, a loud noise sounded outside the aircraft. The huge body suddenly soared into the air, and its speed became faster and faster. After a moment, it tore through the void and entered the chaotic space. I'll go with you. Brother, you come too? After the aircraft entered the chaotic space, Long Ting, who was next to Chen Hao, but at least 2,000 feet away, walked directly to Chen Hao and sent a voice transmission to the 3 of them. Haha, I don't need it. You are now pretending to be Taoist companions. Long Yi smiled ambiguously at Long Ting and Chen Hao and sent a voice transmission. There's no need to do this, right? Chen Hao said. After all, each of them had their own position. Even when Chen Hao and the sisters were in the Silver Wing, they were not so close. However, as soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he saw that many of the surrounding cultivators had gathered together in 2s and 3s. It was even more so for those who were obviously Taoist companions. This made Chen Hao very puzzled. Was there a need to do this? It was only 2,000 feet away, and it did not affect communication at all. Moreover, even if they were Taoist companions, did they have to be intimate in front of everyone? Or was it because this was an impossible level mission with a high death rate, and the upcoming danger and uncertain outcome made these friends or Taoist companions cherish the time before the mission began? Brother, if you don't come, it'll be just the 2 of us. I'll be embarrassed. Long Ting did not answer Chen Hao. Instead, she stared at Long Yi and sent a voice transmission. The 3 of them were connected through the voice transmission channel, so Chen Hao could also hear them. Carry on the disguise to the end. It's not appropriate for me to go. Which Taoist companions have a 3rd person involved? Go. Ha ha. Anyway, we can still contact each other in the second world, right? Long Yi said. What do you mean? Are you trying to separate us? Hearing Long Yi's words, Chen Hao suddenly understood and asked, "Yes, otherwise why would I come here? I'm about to activate the shield. Sister Ting, I think we should split up. Come over. I don't have time to play with you. I need to be wholehearted. Chi 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 chi." Before Chen Hao could finish his sentence, streams of light suddenly rose around them. In an instant, Long Yi and the people around them disappeared. To be exact, they were completely isolated. "You're too late, ha!" Long Ting stared at Chen Hao and laughed proudly with her hands on her hips. What's there to be embarrassed about? On the other hand, looking at Chen Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, and Long Ting, who was looking down at Chen Hao with her hands on her hips, it was clearly a scene of a queen and a little bottom. Chen Hao stared at Long Ting and shook his head gloomily. "Sit there obediently. Don't disturb me." Long Ting stared fiercely at Chen Hao and said, "I'm a great beauty. So many people want to get close to me, but can't. I want to be with you of my own accord. And you dare to object? Sister Ting, don't tell me you're really interested in me? So what if it's real? So what if it's fake? You really can't fake. We have to be careful." Chen Hao said with some hesitation. Originally, he didn't care about this because he had a strange sense of familiarity with Long Yi and Long Ting. The first time they met, it was as if they were old friends. It was very intimate, but now, Long Ting's feelings for him were obviously too strong. And Long Yi, this guy, looked at him and Long Ting with an ambiguous gaze, as if he was trying to matchmake him and Long Ting. How could this be? One had to know when Chen Hao saw Long Ting for the first time. He was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. If Long Ting, or the Long family, was related to the mysterious female corpse that gave birth to him, but was not related to him by blood, even if they were not related by blood, they should be considered close relatives, right? How could this be? When Chen Hao asked this question, although Long Ting's tone was joking, she was looking forward to Chen Hao's answer, but she didn't expect that the answer would be like this. What did he mean by really can't fake? And be careful. This was simply a blow to her. Why couldn't she? Was she not worthy? Fake, be careful? Did no one want her? So she had to go over and be his Dao companion? Cough, cough. Sister Ting, Neha, you should know that I have many Dao companions. Chen Hao saw Long Ting staring at him in a daze, and his expression became even more aggrieved, and hurriedly explained. It would have been better if he didn't explain, but once he did, Long Ting was even more confused. This made her, who was just joking, feel that her self-esteem was severely hurt, and so even she couldn't control herself, and directly threw caution to the wind, saying, "Since you have many Dao companions, what's one more?" Chen Hao's balls hurt. Wasn't he asking for a beating? That's why he asked such a question. And now she was serious. How was he going to answer? Was he going to tell her that she was his long-lost sister? Wasn't that bullshit? The Long family had always only 2 children in each generation, and only one of them had the ability to reproduce. Humph. Originally, I didn't have the intention to be your Dao companion, but now I want to be your Dao companion. You have to do it. You have to do it, or else I will pester you, or else I will cook you raw rice. Puffed. Chen Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Long Ting, who was glaring at him covetously, he really had a headache. What was worse was that from this angle of looking up, looking at Long Ting's graceful curves, and the meaning of this sentence that everyone understood, what's done cannot be undone, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel his heart sway. Sister Ting, let's talk about it later. Actually, when I first saw you, I felt that you were my sister, and this feeling was very, very obvious. If it wasn't for this feeling, I would be more than happy to have such a beautiful woman like you willing to be my Dao companion. Don't you have this feeling? Think about it carefully. Perhaps you don't want to be my Dao companion at all. and you just feel that I'm comparatively closer to you." Chun Hao racked his brains and considered his words carefully before he finally spoke these words. What made Chun Hao feel slightly relieved was that when Long Ting heard Chun Hao's words, she seemed to be really thoughtful, and after a few seconds, she finally snorted and said, "What you said seems to make some sense. Yes, it's close." Third update. Only 4 monthly votes today. I don't know if everyone is waiting for double the votes. If I want results, I have to explode. If I explode and can't see the results, my state of passion will plummet. Since that's the case, Dark Mountain will store up energy for a few days and explode when double the votes come. For the next few days, double the votes will be guaranteed. Double seems to be on the 28th, and I'll explode at that time. Is that okay? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 572. Phew. It seems that my guess is right. We feel the same way. Our feelings are not the feelings between a man and a woman, but the feelings of kinship. You have no experience with the feelings between a man and a woman, so you think it's love at first sight, right? It seems like that. Then there's no problem. All right, I'm currently comprehending an absolute art. Let's do our own things. I'll start first. Chun Hao finally heaved a sigh of relief as he spoke. After saying that, he closed his eyes and meditated like an old monk. Long Ting looked at Chun Hao and wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She snorted and sat cross-legged beside Chun Hao. She stared at Chun Hao for a few minutes, and her expression changed several times. Finally, this girl confirmed that what Chun Hao said was basically correct. Or rather, before today, it was all correct. However, because of the situation just now, Long Ting felt that something was wrong now. What unique skill is he comprehending? Why is his aura fluctuating so violently? Not long after, Long Ting sensed Chun Hao's aura fluctuating, and she was very puzzled. In the aircraft, the law of heaven was isolated, and comprehending a unique skill basically depended on the state of mind and the understanding of the soul. However, the vast and majestic energy in Chun Hao's body was disappearing rapidly. This was very abnormal. However, when Chun Hao's true essence slowly recovered, Long Ting understood what was going on. Chun Hao did not refine the immortal core crystal to replenish his energy, and there was no way to draw energy from heaven and earth here. This meant that Chun Hao's energy did not disappear, but was hidden by his so-called unique skill. Now, it was just being released again. Unfortunately, what Long Ting did not know was that her understanding was completely wrong. Chun Hao was just using the old god to refine the spirit spring to replenish his energy. Although it was a little wasteful, Chun Hao did not care. The spirit spring could be sold for a sky-high price, but as long as there was a little surplus, it could be continuously strengthened. Second world, Yang City, in a huge palace. When we arrive at the blazing flame planet, the 20 of you, number 1 to number 10, will be responsible for killing that mysterious kid. Is that okay? I promise to complete the mission. Very good. From the 11th to the 15th, you are in charge of killing Long E. Is there a problem? I promise to complete the mission. From the 16th to the 20th, you will be in charge of Long Ting. I've already told you what to do. Don't give yourself away. When the time comes. The 3 missions had to be maintained at all times, and they had to be carried out at the same time. If we don't do it at the same time, we'll alert the enemy. Yes. Phew. After 10 days, Chun Hao let out a long sigh of relief and finally woke up from the tempering state. A simple aircraft is finally complete. Although it's just a miniature aircraft, it's 5 times faster than my flying speed. It can also fly for a long time in the chaotic space. This speed is not as simple as 5 times faster. Hee hee. The life detector should be able to cover a range of 500,000 kilometers. As long as there are life waves, they won't be able to escape my surveillance. It has greatly shortened my time. If I can still sense the aura of the Phoenix's inheritance, it should be even faster. Xiao Lian, I hope you're just trapped, or you haven't collected enough blazing flame essence. Otherwise, Chunhao thought to himself. Thinking about the situation that Tantai Lian might be in, he could not calm down. The only thing he could be sure of was that Tantai Lian was not dead before he came here. As for the rest, it was not something he could know. The best result was that Tantai Lian had not collected enough blazing flame essence. In other words, she could not leave until she completed the mission. The second possibility was that she was trapped in some kind of dangerous place. If it was man-made, Chunhao did not dare to imagine. The only thing he could do was to kill without mercy, no matter who it was. It can't be? When Chunhao slowly opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he was speechless. Whoosh! The sound of water splashing could be heard from the ceiling boundary surrounded by clouds and mist. Needless to say, Chunhao knew what Long Ting was doing. This girl is really out of this world. Is she on vacation, or is she going to do an impossible-level mission? It was obvious that Long Ting was taking a bath. Outside the ceiling boundary she had condensed, there was a table and a comfortable chair. The table was piled with all kinds of snacks and drinks. Just looking at this scene made one feel like they were enjoying life. Especially at this moment, the window of the aircraft had already been opened. Under the transparent runes, one could see the vast, magnificent, and dazzling scenery of the chaotic space. Are you done? The ceiling boundary that Long Ting had condensed was obviously not soundproof. Similarly, it did not isolate the aura from probing. At this moment, after sensing Chunhao's fluctuation, the girl asked directly from inside, "Little Sister Ting, what are you doing?" "I'm taking a bath to temper my body. Is there a problem?" "This is my compulsory homework every day," Long Ting said naturally. However, what Chunhao could not see was that this girl's lips were curled into a seductive arc. In fact, she could completely isolate her aura, but she did not do so. Was it really impossible? Was it fake? Pay attention to the temperature. Was it close to kinship? All of them scram. If it were not for these words, this young lady would not have any thoughts. However, after this matter, this young lady had to regain her dignity. No matter what, those words should be said by her, right? If it's the opposite, then this young lady will do the opposite. Whoosh! Inside the seal, Long Ting stood up naked from a sparkling, jade-like bath that could only accommodate one person. Her skin was as smooth as jade without a single blemish. Her perky breasts were round and full, and the 2 pink buds were even more alluring, sparkling water droplets hung all over her body. With a light shake, she was completely dry. With a wave of her hand, she put on her loose pajamas. It was a complete vacuum. This young lady has never been in a relationship before, but it doesn't mean that this young lady doesn't understand. Don't men like women to dress seductively and sexily, and wear less? Or, it's best if they don't wear anything? If I don't wear anything, I'll be a little embarrassed. If I wear less, what am I afraid of? Humph, let's see how you react. Thinking of this, Long Ting waved her hand and opened the seal. Then she walked out barefooted. It had to be said that when a woman went crazy, it was absolutely inconceivable. Of course, to be more precise, it should be said that Long Ting had the potential to be a witch, if it were any other girl who would dare to be so bold. However, she dared. Moreover, in front of Chunhao, whom she had subconsciously fallen in love with, she did not have any restraint that a young lady should have. She only knew that what she needed to do now was to confuse Chun Hao. She did not hesitate to use herself as bait until Chun Hao could not help but say, "Ting Ting, be my Tao companion." Only then would she give up. "Ah, Sister Ting, control the heat, control the heat. Although we are close as if we are family between men and women, we still have to avoid a little taboo." When Chun Hao saw Long Ting's clothes, his heart skipped a beat. Black lines appeared on his forehead as he hurriedly said. Long Ting naturally sat on the reclining chair. Leaning back, she stretched her body. Her full breasts almost popped out. Her neckline was white and half of her slender legs were exposed. This made Chun Hao dizzy. He wanted to move away, but he was unable to do so. It could not be helped. In this lifetime, this was the first time that Chun Hao had seen such a bold and unrestrained woman. More importantly, this woman was really beautiful. "I'm already avoiding it a lot. Every time after bathing, I usually don't wear anything. Cough, cough. I'd better cultivate. You continue to play with your..." Chun Hao felt that his throat was uncontrollably secreting saliva. He knew that he could not continue. "You're not allowed." Hiss. Long Ting's figure suddenly swayed. With a speed that surprised Chun Hao, she appeared in front of him and pulled him. "Play with me for a while. What do we have to play with? F***CK. A single man and a single woman in this enclosed space. Play with what? Other than a game of top and bottom. Chun Hao did not think that they could play with anything else, especially when Chun Hao felt that Long Ting seemed to have forgotten or ignored the words that he had racked his brains for. Eat, and chat. All right, I still have wine here. Come, sit on my reclining chair. It's very comfortable." Without waiting for Chun Hao to explain, Long Ting pulled Chun Hao and pressed him onto the reclining chair. This was definitely an accident. Even Long Ting did not realize that when she pressed Chun Hao into the reclining chair and bent over, Chun Hao's gaze happened to see two snow-white and alluring bunnies through the drooping neckline. No, definitely not. You can't. Definitely not. Boom. No matter how Chun Hao suppressed it in his mind, some kind of desire was still born uncontrollably. What made Chun Hao vomit blood was that under this kind of forceful suppression, his extremely awesome divine ability actually did not listen to him. Or rather, it listened to the desire hidden in the depths of his heart and directly activated. "Ah, what's wrong with you? Nosebleed. Are you injured? My eyes are red. My heart is beating so fast. My breathing is so heavy." Long Ting bent over and leaned in front of Chun Hao. She looked at Chun Hao in shock and said sentence by sentence. So hot, her slender jade-like hand touched Chun Hao's forehead. "Not good. You're possessed by evil fire. Chun Hao, why aren't you saying anything? I'll help you." Whoosh. Hiss. F***CK. A bone-chilling energy suddenly poured down from the top of Chun Hao's head like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Instantly, Chun Hao, who seemed to have entered a state of madness, woke up. Not only was his lust not extinguished, even his body turned into a popsicle. At this moment, Chun Hao only had one thought, and that was the Long Ting in front of him was a demoness who did not hesitate to kill people. Chun Hao also finally understood why Long Yi was not worried about Long Ting. He also finally understood why the seemingly awesome Tianjun was so afraid of Long Ting. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 573. Hiss. The extremely cold energy, with a mysterious aura, wandered through every cell in Chun Hao's body. Even Chun Hao's own energy was sealed. Even if Chun Hao didn't put up any defenses and didn't resist, the fact that Long Ting could casually release such pure and cold energy was definitely beyond Chun Hao's expectations. But what really shocked Chun Hao was why was his state of mind so easily broken just now? This was simply inconceivable. Even Chun Hao himself didn't believe that his mental fortitude would be so weak, but this was the truth. When his powerful mystique activated on its own, and Long Ting was completely naked in front of him, Chun Hao almost lost the ability to think. Impulse, a kind of crazy impulse, forced him to immediately pounce on her and do her on the spot. However, the remaining trace of stubbornness, which was the stubbornness that he and Long Ting might be related, made him use all his strength to stop himself. Otherwise, why would he have a nosebleed? Why would he be burning with desire? Perhaps before Long Ting released the extreme energy, Chun Hao had already gone crazy. As for what the consequences would be, it was easy to predict. Either a certain woman would be executed on the spot, or a certain man would be violently beaten up. In any case, it wouldn't be like now. Chun Hao didn't even have the thought of releasing his energy to resist. This feeling wasn't good, but Chun Hao wanted to calm down. Before he figured out why he was suddenly like a bull in heat, he didn't dare to let himself regain his freedom. Originally, there were some questions that he could ask the old god, but the old god avoided talking about the mysterious woman's body. Chun Hao couldn't do anything about it. Otherwise, as long as Chun Hao knew the situation of the mysterious woman's body, he would be able to make more accurate judgments. But now, he could only do it himself. Chun Hao could not understand. Under normal circumstances, he clearly felt that Long Ting was the closest person to him. Why was it that just a little bit of infatuation would cause it to overflow and become uncontrollable? Could it be that this feeling of closeness was not due to genes? Unfortunately, Chun Hao didn't have a real biological sister. No matter how much of a genius he was, he couldn't test the feelings between biological siblings. If you don't activate your energy, you'll be frozen into a popsicle. Forget it. Let me help you. Chi. Long Ting saw that Chun Hao didn't move at all. He was still stupidly cold to the point that the surrounding air was frozen. Since he didn't have any reaction, the girl attacked again. This time, Chun Hao clearly saw that a profound and complicated rune seemed to have appeared on Long Ting's palm. After that, a hot spring-like energy poured into his body. In an instant, his entire body felt indescribably comfortable. All of the extreme yin and extreme cold energy also rapidly disappeared until it was replaced by a wave of warmth. Phew! Chun Hao heaved a long sigh of relief and threw away the question that he couldn't figure out. Fortunately, at this moment, his state of mind had already completely calmed down. However, when he saw the complacency and a faint provocation in the depths of Long Ting's eyes, Chun Hao still felt a little embarrassed. It was very obvious that this girl knew exactly what the so-called demonic fire possession was all about. As expected, Chun Hao, the feeling between us is just very close. It's like the feeling between brother and sister. Why did you become demonic just now? Do you have any thoughts? Do you want to molest my cute sister? Let's not talk about this. I'd better accompany you to eat. And that's good too. Here, this is for you. Long Ting reached out and took out a spirit fruit and passed it to Chun Hao. Chun Hao, who was a little guilty, didn't even look at it and put it into his mouth. The taste seemed to be really good. Is it good? It's okay. Here, eat another one of these. And this is also very good. Try it. And this, I like it too. All right, drink some more of this. It's very delicious. Long Ting continuously picked more than 20 types of spirit fruits for Chun Hao. Seeing that Chun Hao didn't reject any of them and stuffed them into his mouth without even looking at her, this girl's mouth revealed an extremely sinister smile. Finally, she passed a bottle of bright red drink to Chun Hao. Chun Hao also didn't hesitate to gulp it down. Chen Hao, how is it? The snacks I prepared, are they okay? And very good. The spiritual energy it contains is very pure. All right, I'm going to continue cultivating. Chen Hao said. Then your cultivation. Long Ting was unexpectedly very easy to talk to this time. This made Chun Hao feel a little strange. However, this guy still didn't dare to look directly at Long Ting. It couldn't be helped. Long Ting was still wearing loose pajamas. Moreover, she was wearing nothing. If he wasn't careful, he would be able to see the exposed spring scenery. If this kind of situation could be handled calmly, then it would be fine. However, Chen Hao was worried that he would once again have that kind of situation where he couldn't control himself. Therefore, the current Chen Hao was simply a gentleman who didn't look sideways. He definitely wouldn't linger on Long Ting for a moment. It was also because of this that when he sat down cross-legged, he didn't notice that Long Ting was lazily sitting on her chair. The corner of her eyes was full of craftiness like a little fairy's. I haven't tried this elixir recipe yet. If I eat it together like this, it should be effective, right? Even if it's not as effective as the elixir, it should at least have a little effect. After all, it's fused with a drop of my essence blood. It should be enough. Just now, you were just looking at me, and I was having a nosebleed. If I took the initiative, wouldn't the raw rice be cooked directly? Humph. I must see you make a fool of yourself. Sensing that Chun Hao's aura had indeed entered into a state of cultivation, Long Ting hurriedly restrained her aura and took out more spirit fruits and spirit herbs. If nothing goes wrong, it will act up in an hour. Even if I make a fool of myself, I still have to concoct the antidote first. I don't really want the raw rice to be cooked. Long Ting took her time to choose the spirit fruits and spirit herbs to concoct the antidote, and the complacency on her face became more and more obvious. Why am I still missing one? Long Ting jumped up and almost screamed out loud. She directly covered her mouth and looked at Chun Hao. What should I do? Long Ting panicked. She did have the missing spirit fruit, but when she was proudly watching Chun Hao eat them one by one, she also casually took a few spirit fruits and ate them. She didn't pay attention to what she ate at all, but coincidentally, the missing spirit fruit was eaten by her. What was more tragic was that she couldn't even vomit it out now. She grew up eating spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and soaking in thousand fruit water. Her speed of absorbing spirit herbs was absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. Chun Hao, quickly wake up. Hiss. Long Ting directly rushed to Chun Hao's side, grabbed Chun Hao's shoulder, and shook it. You, Chun Hao, who was suddenly shocked, could only say the word you. Suddenly, he was unable to say anything else. His eyes were like two balls of burning flames, staring fixedly at Long Ting. At the same time, the aura on Long Ting's body was like the most primitive and craziest summoning. Boom, 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 boom. Desire, crazy desire. A desire that was thousands of times more violent than before directly made Chun Hao lose all rationality and explode. Long Ting let out a startled cry, but halfway through, her delicate lips, which no one had ever tasted before, were sealed by a strong masculine aura. At the same time, a pair of strong arms, like steel bars and iron hoops, hugged her, as if wanting to squeeze her into the other's body. How can this be? How can it be so fast? Although the panicked Long Ting's heart was fluttering due to this sudden attack, and was even a little confused, but basic rationality still existed. According to her estimation, it would take at least an hour before the spirit medicine feast that she had carefully prepared would be absorbed by Chun Hao. It was also at that time that Chun Hao would have a reaction, but it had only been a few minutes. How could it act up? No, it shouldn't be the effect of the medicine acting up. It should be that he originally had thoughts about me. Wasn't it just now? Thinking of this, Long Ting's body suddenly emitted an extremely powerful energy wave. A mysterious, ancient, and magnificent aura was emitted from between her eyebrows, forcibly separating the crazy Chun Hao from her body. Boom! The moment they separated, Chun Hao's body also surged with violent energy. In an instant, his Taoist robe, which was completely filled with desire and without the slightest protection, exploded into fine powder. So, a certain person became a gentleman with no balls, and once again pounced on the prey in his eyes. Long Ting couldn't see in the depths of his eyes that seemed to be completely lost and completely crazy, but there was a trace of intelligence flickering in them. This meant that Chun Hao hadn't completely gone crazy and still had a trace of rationality, but he could no longer control or suppress his desires. Spit it out, quickly spit it out. Spit out everything that you just ate. Long Ting shouted in panic and waved her hand to send out a wave of energy to block the crazy Chun Hao once again. If Chun Hao was completely awake at this moment, he would definitely be shocked by Long Ting's terrifying strength. It must be known that his current madness was definitely his peak state. Although it wasn't an attack, any peak-level immortal expert would probably be unable to block it. But Long Ting just casually sent out a wave of energy to restrain Chun Hao. Slap! At the same time, Long Ting's slender, jade-like palm suddenly slapped Chun Hao's back. Long Ting knew that she had to do it herself. It was impossible to make the crazy Chun Hao spit it out himself. Pooh! Under the influence of her mysterious palm, Chun Hao did indeed spit it out, but what he spat out was only blood. At the same time, the energy that Long Ting had sent into Chun Hao's body also discovered in shock that the spirit fruit that Chun Hao had eaten was nowhere to be seen. Long Ting seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant. When she saw Chun Hao once again break free from her restraints and pounce on her, Long Ting sank into an intense conflict and struggle. What should I do? What should I do? I made a decision. For now, I'll update twice a day. I'll adjust and accumulate strength. In May, we'll fight again. In the end, I've been late for many days this month, and I've fallen behind by too much. Even if I unleash double my crazy power at the end of the month, it won't have much meaning. I believe that the brothers and sisters who support Dark Mountain will understand. For the sake of getting better results, for the sake of Proud Heaven getting more people's support, I can only get into the monthly ticket ranking. But I really can't get into the ranking this month. Even if I can get double the number at the end of the month, the ranking will be changed soon, so it won't have much meaning. What I want is to get into the top ranks and stay in the ranking for a little longer. That's why I might as well give up on this month. I'll update twice a day until the end of the month. The 1st of May will be the day I charge. In May, Dark Mountain Assembly will fight with all its strength for a month. At that time, we'll fight again. Brothers and sisters, please understand. I need results. I really need results. This is the only way. This month, I won't ask for any more votes. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijian. Come and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 574. Spinning a cocoon around oneself, playing with fire and burning oneself. This was the true portrayal of Long Ting's current situation. More than 20 types of spiritual fruits, supplemented with her blood essence, was one of the recipes she knew. This was also a secret recipe unique to her Long family. Only the blood essence of a female Long family member could be used to successfully refine this pill. The records were very clear as to how strong the effect of this pill was. Once a male was poisoned, other than having the yin and yang of the person whose blood essence was used to refine the pill, The only antidote that could be used to refine the pill was the same person's blood essence. Only then could he be saved. But now, there was one less type of spiritual fruit to make the antidote, qi. Chen Hao, who rushed over, tore open Long Ting's nightgown. Long Ting, who was naked, was immediately pressed down by Chen Hao's body. No, don't. Long Ting's body was hot and soft. If she did not know the secret of the Long family, and knew that what was done could not be undone now, she was afraid that she would have really fallen. The close contact, the hot and firm attack, made her clench her thighs tightly together. No, Chen Hao, we can't. Wake up. Long Ting gathered the last of her strength and once again activated the majestic and pure energy that contained an ancient and mysterious aura in her body. She suddenly pushed Chen Hao away and imprisoned him. Whoosh! The ice-cold energy that filled the sky fell from the sky and poured on Chen Hao and herself. Calm down. She had to calm down. Yes, let him eat. Let him eat. Hiss! Under the pouring of the ice-cold energy, Long Ting regained a bit of her rationality. She did not care about anything else and stuffed all the spiritual herbs on the table into Chen Hao's mouth. Quick! Use all your strength to seal me. Suddenly, Chen Hao, whose eyes were already red, but who was also temporarily imprisoned by the ice-cold energy released by Long Ting, had regained a bit of his rationality. However, his mouth was still stuffed with spiritual fruits, and he said telepathically, "Hurry up and eat. Eat it. It might be useful. Also my blood essence. Qi." Long Ting forced out a stream of blood and spat it into Chen Hao's mouth. "Old God, refine the veins with all your might. Devour my energy with all your might. Begin." Rumble. In Chen Hao's mind, Chen Hao ordered the old god to push himself to the limit. What did you do to me?" At the same time, Chen Hao's scarlet eyes stared at Long Ting and asked, Chen Hao, I didn't do it on purpose. Imprison me first. I don't know how long I can stay awake. I'm thinking of a way to burn my energy. Trapping me won't be a problem." Chen Hao commanded. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Cut the crap. Hurry up. Use your strongest power." Good. Long Ting suddenly took a deep breath. Her entire aura suddenly soared crazily, and she slowly rose into the air. Her long hair fluttered, and energy wreaked havoc. Mysterious runes spread out from between her brows and her palms, and soon after, they condensed in front of her body. As her palms slowly drew a circle and drew closer to her chest, her aura became stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it made the current Chen Hao widen his eyes in shock. "Seal for me?" Who? Ao. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing. What was even more shocking was the sudden explosion of a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. Chen Hao saw a golden light circling back and forth in the sky, and he vaguely saw the image of a huge golden dragon imprinted between his eyebrows. At this moment, Chen Hao felt that his body and energy were completely imprisoned. Long Ting, whose nightgown had been torn apart by Chen Hao, was completely naked. Now, her whole body was covered with a dazzling golden armor, as if it was made up of golden dragon scales. A golden rune appeared between her eyebrows, as if she was a female heavenly general who had descended to the mortal world. Her aura was so terrifying that even earth immortals and heaven immortals would be shocked. However, plop, when the seal on Chen Hao's body was completely formed, Long Ting, who was still majestic just a moment ago, fell to the ground like a soft-footed shrimp. She gasped for air, and the rune between her eyebrows disappeared. The golden armor on her body faded away. Only her snow-white, towering breasts were violently moving up and down. "Hurry up and put on some clothes." "Help me put on some clothes, too." Chen Hao once again felt the crazily rising desire, and he gave his last order. After he finished speaking, the rationality in his eyes completely disappeared. It was as if he was struggling crazily, but his body couldn't move at all. He had just regained consciousness for a moment, and through the cooperation with the old god, he had used up more than half of his energy. At this moment, because he had lost his rationality, he could only rely on the old god to devour Chun Hao's energy. The speed at which he devoured Chun Hao's energy had slowed down a lot. However, Long Ting's seal was obviously very powerful. Not to mention that Chun Hao had used up more than half of his energy. Even if he was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to break free from Long Ting's seal. What did it mean to be burned by lust? This was called it. Chun Hao's face was already distorted. He bit his lips so hard that blood was coming out. Blue veins were popping out, and a certain part of his body was like a pillar that reached the sky. It was extremely terrifying, but he couldn't even move a muscle. This kind of pain and torment wasn't pain, but it was more painful than all the spiritual pain that Chun Hao had experienced. It was as if 10,000 worms were gnawing at his heart, as if his body was going to explode and die, as if salt was sprinkled on his wounds, and worms were crawling. Woo, woo, woo. Long Ting looked at Chun Hao's pained appearance and finally cried out. She forcefully summoned her energy and summoned a set of brightly colored soft armor. She put it on herself. At this moment, she no longer cared about her shyness. At the same time, she summoned a black Taoist robe and helped the completely naked Chun Hao put it on bit by bit. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. You have to hold on. You have to hold on. Otherwise, I won't let you die. As Long Ting spoke, she grabbed the spirit fruits and spirit herbs on the table and quickly stuffed them into her mouth. She didn't seem to be refining at all, nor did she look like she was cultivating, but her essence, energy, and spirit were actually recovering at an astonishing speed. There's a way? There must be a way. Long Ting, who quickly recovered her energy to its peak state, looked at the struggling Chun Hao, who had completely lost himself and was in extreme pain. With a thought, a golden light appeared between her eyebrows again, and an ancient jade slip appeared in her hand. This prescription was originally meant to be refined for my future Taoist companion. Mother also said that my Taoist companion would only be able to activate the Long family's secret dual cultivation jade slip after taking this pill refined with my essence and blood. Since we're already like this, there's no way out. I'm already his. If there's no other choice, then there's only that way. My first time, I must activate our Long family's dual cultivation technique. The last layer of this dual cultivation technique is mine. My first time. That means there must be a way to reduce the medicinal effect. Long Ting's mind became nimble. The spirit fruit he had given Chun Hao, as well as his own blood essence, was a secret recipe from the Long clan's medicine canon. Only when it was refined into a medicinal pill would it have the greatest power. Furthermore, it could only be given to a person who had confirmed their relationship as Tao companions. If she gave Chun Hao the pill, it would at most have 1% of the medicinal effect. It was precisely because of this that she dared to play with this. But who would have thought that Chun Hao would directly lose his mind? What was more fatal was that when she concocted the antidote with the same spirit fruit, there was one missing. Qi. Long Ting knew that she could not delay any longer. She suddenly activated her divine consciousness and merged it with the jade slip. In an instant, the profound dual cultivation technique in the jade slip formed an image in her mind. It was a method of inheritance that was combined into one. Moreover, the man and woman in the image actually looked like Long Ting and Chun Hao. Long Ting was not surprised by this because the Long family's inheritance jade slips were merged with the inheritor's mind. In other words, whoever appeared in Long Ting's mind was who very quickly. Just learning and comprehending caused Long Ting's face to turn red, and she could not help but pant. However, when she obtained the information and saw the first step, she was extremely nervous and worried about Chun Hao completely relaxed. Luckily, I didn't lose my mind just now. Is this considered a lucky hit? After Long Ting completely imprinted the entire set of secret techniques in her mind and confirmed that she had truly mastered it, she opened her eyes with a red face and thought to herself as she looked at Chun Hao, who was struggling in pain. However, she was no longer worried. I definitely can't tell him the truth about this. Humph. He benefited from this misfortune, but I lost out. If I had read this secret manual earlier, I wouldn't have been seen by him. If I told him, I would have lost. He ate my medicine, and there's no way he can escape. But why is his reaction so intense? It's obviously not refined into a pill, and the medicinal effect is only a little bit. Could it be that he has very strong thoughts about me? It must be so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned into a demon before eating the spirit fruit. Let's see how long he can last. If he really can't, I can only help him reduce his pain. It's so embarrassing. Long Ting sat cross-legged beside Chun Hao, and her mind firmly locked onto Chun Hao's life aura. After a slight hesitation, she endured the bashfulness of her beating heart and directly took off the Taoist robe that she had put on with much difficulty for Chun Hao to prevent it from being stained. However, after waiting for a full hour, although Chun Hao appeared to be in more and more pain, his life aura was still abnormally stable, and there were no impurities escaping from his body. This made Long Ting very surprised. Could it be that his body is so strong that there are no impurities? This shouldn't be. Or is it because I only gave him the spirit fruit, and the medicinal effect was too weak? Long Ting did not understand. It was certain that the effects of the medicine were weak, but Chun Hao had clearly lost his basic rationality. It was obvious that he had reached his best condition. Furthermore, although Long Ting could not personally experience this kind of pain, she knew that Chun Hao was enduring extreme pain from the records in the secret manual. This kind of burning with desire was an excellent training for the physical body, the soul, and the state of mind. Especially under the effects of her spiritual medicine, it was not something that could be compared to an ordinary burning with desire. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 575. Time passed day by day. If he could last for 3 days, he would go from burning body with desire to burning spirit with desire. His body does not have any impurities, so he should have started from burning spirit with desire, right? It's already been 3 days. At that moment, Chun Hao's entire body had turned completely red. His veins were bulging, and his skin was clearly protruding. The thing between his legs that Long Ting did not dare to look at directly became even more terrifying under the ravaging of the endless flames of lust. However, what puzzled Long Ting was that Chun Hao's life aura did not show any sign of weakening even after 4 days had passed. It did not make sense at all. At the very least, it was greatly different from what was recorded in the secret manual. Could it be that there was an accident somewhere? Could it be that Chun Hao's fleshly body, soul, and mental state were all so powerful that the medicinal effect of her spirit fruit, which was not a medicinal pill, could not satisfy his requirements? It seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense. Roar! 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 Chun Hao's roars that were filled with boundless wildness became more and more hurried and deep. This kind of strong masculine aura made Long Ting, a virgin who was waiting by the side, feel uneasy and tormented. Especially when the images in the grimoire appeared in her mind, it made her body throb strangely and uncontrollably. This kind of pure, and primitive summoning made a certain secret place ripple with a trickle of water, itching unbearably. How can he be so strong? It's so embarrassing. Long Ting pressed her legs together, exerting more and more strength. Occasionally, she would gently twist her legs, causing her soul to sway. This kind of feeling, she should let him know what was wrong with her. She even suspected that it was Chun Hao who ate the medicine, or she who ate Chun Hao's medicine. 5 days later. Weak. When Chun Hao's hurried roars almost became continuous howls, suddenly Chun Hao stopped. Even though he was still gnashing his teeth and bleeding, and his eyes were as red as lanterns, he no longer struggled with all his might. At the beginning of the 5th day, if his life force has not weakened to a dangerous level, then it is basically a success. This is in line with the records in the grimoire. Luckily, oh no, he is about to regain his consciousness. Thinking of this, Long Ting hurriedly picked up the Taoist robe to help Chun Hao put it on. Otherwise, when Chun Hao woke up, it would definitely be very awkward. Previously, Chun Hao had faced her naked when he was in a state of madness. If his mind was clear, even if he was wearing armor, Chun Hao would still be embarrassed. Long Ting tried her best not to activate her energy as she helped Chun Hao put on his Taoist robe. Unlike last time, she didn't have to worry about Chun Hao's comfort this time. She had calmed down and was only a little restless. However, when she inevitably reached a certain place, her heart rippled violently and her breathing quickened. She also had a strong desire to touch, to feel. Firstly, it was because she was stimulated, and secondly, it was because of her strong curiosity, as if at the behest of gods and gods, she allowed her jade-like hand to gently and slowly touch that fiery body that was like a stick of fire. She could even feel the strong beating of his pulse. The moment she held it, Long Ting's throat couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. This cry of surprise was like her own moan in the grimoire. It made Long Ting extremely embarrassed. She no longer dared to carefully sense it and helped Chun Hao put on his Taoist robe in one breath. Phew. Finally, is it finally over? After an entire 6 days, Chun Hao's scarlet eyes finally became clear. The desire that continued to erupt in his body like a mountain flood also dissipated bit by bit. The endless pain and suffering was replaced by an endless refreshing feeling. Whether it was truly comfortable, Chun Hao didn't know, but at this moment he felt as if he had survived a disaster. Whether it was his body, soul, or state of mind, they had all been bathed and baptized by the holy light. Clear, peaceful, calm. However, it was accompanied by a faint pain in the balls between his legs. Long Ting, Chun Hao roared angrily. "Oh, Brother Hao, what's the matter?" Long Ting knew that she was in the wrong, so she had already hidden far away. She held a large number of spirit fruits in her hand and even had a mouthful of them in her mouth. She had the appearance of a heartless and obedient girl. She even called out Brother Hao and replied, "What's the matter? You still ask me what's the matter? Help me undo the seal first. This. Brother Hao, good brother. That seal isn't my strength. After using it once, it will take at least 2 months before I can use it again. Then what should we do?" Chun Hao said angrily, F***CK. At this moment, Chun Hao, who had recovered his reason, knew how terrifying the strength Long Ting used to seal him was. Human? Celestial? Chun Hao was sure that even an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Earth, celestial stage, would absolutely be unable to use such a powerful strength. Now that he recalled the scene, Chun Hao felt that if Long Ting used that kind of strength to attack, even an expert at the medium stage of the Earth, celestial stage, would only be killed in an instant. This, at most, in a few days, it will be undone by itself. Don't you feel that the seal's strength is slowly dissipating? Don't worry, my good brother. The words good brother made Chun Hao's bones go limp. However, when he thought of the endless pain he had suffered, Chun Hao was unable to restrain his anger. Do you think you can get rid of me with just a few good words? Tell me, what the hell did you do to me? This is nothing. The spirit fruits that I gave you accidentally formed a kind of aphrodisiac pill formula. The effect of the pill is less than 1% of the pill's effect. I didn't expect it to have such a great effect on you. Fortunately, Brother Hao, your body, soul, and willpower are strong enough to withstand it. Chun Hao almost cursed it out loud. He said, what if I can't withstand it? If you can't withstand it, I can only cook rice with you. Nonsense! Do you think this kind of thing can be forced? You're the one who got me. Cough, cough. Don't do this again. Where did you learn this from? It's one of the formulas in my family's pharmacopoeia. I only know the formula, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Brother Hao, my good brother, do you feel good now? It's the comfortable feeling after being baptized by God's punishment. Comfortable my ass. Chun Hao said unhappily. It was comfortable, but his balls hurt. F***CK, no matter who it was. Their balls would be broken after a few days. What's going on? Sister suddenly disappeared, and Brother Chun can't contact her. It's been 6 days. In the second world, Long Yi was originally with Long Ting. However, 6 days ago, which was 2 months ago, Long Ting suddenly left the second world. At that time, Long Yi was very confused. Why did she leave without saying anything? After waiting for a long time, his sister still didn't come up. Although Long Yi knew that nothing could happen in the aircraft, he was still worried. He could only contact Chun Hao, who was in the independent space with his sister. However, no matter how many messages he sent, there was no reply. This made Long Yi think of all kinds of possibilities. The biggest possibility was that something happened between his sister and Chun Hao. So both of them left the second world. But what could happen between them? Could it be that they had a big fight in the aircraft? That was impossible, although the seal of the independent space was so strong that even Sky Immortals couldn't break it. Space was limited after all. As for the other kind of big fight, Long Yi didn't even think about it. It wasn't like his sister didn't know about the special nature of the Long family. There was no reason for that kind of thing to happen without the consent of the family head and parents. As for Chun Hao forcing her, that was even more impossible. He was very clear about his sister's strength. It was because he couldn't understand and couldn't figure it out that during this period of time, Long Yi was restless. Every day felt like a year. If he knew this would happen, he would have followed his sister. Brother, I'm coming. Sister, what did you do? Why did you suddenly leave and not go up for so long? Don't you know that brother will be worried? He. Brother, what are you worried about? Can there be any danger in the aircraft? It's Chun Hao who wants to compete with me to see who can comprehend something from the chaotic space. He called me in a hurry, and I forgot to tell you. You little girl, I thought something happened to the two of you. No, nothing happened. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Long Yi was just saying it casually, but in Long Ting's ears, the words, what happened to the two of you, seemed to be implying something. The girl was so scared that she hurriedly said. Her face was slightly red. How is it? Are you happy with him? Did you comprehend anything? Long Yi asked when he saw Long Ting's expression. What's there to be happy about? I didn't comprehend anything. How many times have we comprehended the chaotic space? I was just teasing him. I won't be stupid enough to comprehend it. Eating and looking at the scenery. It's not bad. You don't mean what you say. Don't be stubborn. Do you think you can hide this expression from me? I support you. However, you can't be too hasty in this matter, and you can't take the initiative to show it. After all, you're a girl, and you have to be more reserved. Only then will men like you. Moreover, because of our long family, we have to consider many things. Based on my understanding of Brother Chen, he definitely won't marry into our family, and he won't abandon his current cultivation partner. Our parents and family will definitely not agree to this, at least for now. So if you really have the heart, you have to help him. I'll help him with your brother. With his talent and potential, I believe that he can grow to a terrifying height, a height that even I can't reach. When that time comes, the family will consider the problem from a different perspective. Brother, don't you hate people who get close to me? Why are you pushing sister out now? Ha! That was then, and this is now. The people I hate are naturally people who I don't think are worthy of you. I only have you as my precious sister. How can I let that kind of trash become your cultivation partner? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 576. But he's just a little more talented. Isn't his background just as bad? Do you really think I care about his background? Equal social status? Or do you care? I don't care. That's it. Moreover, no matter what his background is, his talent has covered all his flaws. The only shortcoming is that he has a lot of cultivation partners. Sister, you have to be more careful. Men like women who are obedient, gentle, and considerate. I won't ask you to change, but at least treat him a little better. That way, you'll be more competitive. Brother Chen is really good. I hit it off with him at first sight. And you also fell in love with him at first sight. How is that possible? I just hit it off with him at first sight. Long Ting retorted with a slightly red face, but her heart was sweating profusely. Obedient, gentle, and considerate, it didn't seem to have anything to do with her. Ah, look, a certain someone was still like a dead pig, unable to move after being tortured by him. She even suffered a life worse than death for a full 6 days. From the looks of it, if she could move now, she would probably start a war with him. There's no such thing as hitting it off with a woman at first sight. Has Brother Chen come up? No, he's still meditating. Brother, I'm going to the cultivation room to meditate. Go on, Long Yi said with a smile, his heart finally calming down. Which, looks like I have to spend less time alone with her in the future. Fortunately, I didn't make a big mistake this time. The signal from the second world will disappear in 14 days. I'd better enter the second world and focus on cultivation. Hiss! Chen Hao's figure appeared in the second world directly, turning into the extremely ugly Chen Riqian. Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and Xia Yuyu had been doing missions for some time and hadn't logged into the second world for a long time. Occasionally, they would come up and only send messages to report that they were safe. Now, the sisters had just chosen a first-rate sect on the Yang planet under the guidance of Heavenly Lord Yuanru. During this time, they were also busy with the newcomer missions and didn't log into the second world. It's been a long time since I went to the arena. Anyway, I can't change my identity in such a short time. I'll go to the arena to play, challenge more opponents, and meditate. There must be a lot of people cursing me during this time, right? Chen Hao thought of his identity as Chen Riqian and how popular he was in the arena, and a smug smile appeared on his extremely ugly face. DDD 3000, requesting to be the arena champion, Chen Riqian? What? Chen Riqian? That ugly boy is finally here? That's right. I've already spoken to the arena master. Hurry up and send a message to those guys who booked the notice. Mother of Asterisk Cur, How many times do we get asked every day? They're seriously doubting our professionalism. All right. I'll send a message now. All right. Should we take the initiative to give this ugly boy a bonus? He hasn't applied for it, but the number of people watching each time is no less than a celebrity. If we take the initiative to give him a bonus, he might come more often in order to earn money. That way, our arena will definitely earn more. That makes sense. That's a good idea. Let's do it. We'll give him the same bonus as ordinary celebrities. You don't have to inform him. When the time comes to settle the bill, just explain it to him. That way, he'll be even more surprised. Who knows, Mood 1 might come every day in the future. The two old men in charge of managing the arena were so excited when they heard that Chunri-Chen had applied to be the arena's champion. They took the initiative to share the profits. This was a rare situation. DDD. Your application to be the champion of the arena has been approved. Arena 250 will be handed over very soon. Please get ready. Arena 250, F*CK, this number. Chun Hao shook his ugly head and walked directly to Arena 250. What an ugly guy. Could this be the famous Chunri-Chen from a while ago? Chunri-Chen. It's him. I've seen his image before. DDD. DDD. At the same time, at least 1,000 cultivators who had specially gone to the arena to spend celestial origin crystals to order a reminder service for Chunri-Chen's appearance received the message from the arena. Hence, they hurriedly put down what they were doing and rushed to the arena. DDD. Brother Long, didn't I tell you last time that there's a guy called Chunri-Chen? Why did he appear? After calming down, Long Yi, who was about to enter the cultivation room, suddenly received a communication request from Nie Xiaofeng. Nie Xiaofeng had mentioned Chunri-Chen a long time ago. He said that Chunri-Chen's fighting style was shockingly similar to Chun Hao's when he won 10,000 battles in a row. They both suppressed their strength to a certain extent. No matter who the opponent was, they would fight to their heart's content. More importantly, his fighting talent and skills were extremely powerful. They were not inferior to Chun Hao's. If it were not for the fact that their appearances and aura were worlds apart, and the arena's information proved that they were real, they would have been mistaken for Chun Hao. Yes, I just received the news. This guy has just arrived at the arena. I have a feeling that this guy is related to Chun Hao. His name is Chunri-Chen. Interesting, isn't it? The combination of Ri-Chen and Ri-Chen is Hao. But this is just a joke. The arena's information can't be fake. Chun Hao's 10,000 victories won't disappear. However, there's a possibility that Chunri-Chen and Chun Hao's unique skill are of the same origin. Brother Long, do you want to come and take a look? All right. Long Yi frowned. Unlike Nie Xiaofeng, he had a clearer understanding of the arena. In fact, when Nie Xiaofeng mentioned Chunri-Chen the last time, he had a feeling that Chunri-Chen might really be Chun Hao. The reason was simple. Chun Hao had also triggered the hidden condition of the arena and completed 10,000 victories. How could there be no reward? What was the reward? Of course, he was not sure at that time. He could only make a final judgment when he saw Chunri-Chen's fighting style with his own eyes. Unfortunately, when Nie Xiaofeng told him, Chunri-Chen had already completed 1,000 victories. After that, he did not appear again. Now, that Chunri-Chen had suddenly appeared after disappearing for a long time. Long Yi wanted to take a look even more. Otherwise, was it really a coincidence that his sister and Chun Hao had just entered the second world, and Chun Hao had just replied to his call? Sister, come out for a while. Long Yi wanted to rush over immediately. However, when he was about to inform his sister, he suddenly thought of something and directly knocked on the door of his sister's cultivation room. "Brother, what's the matter?" "I just fell asleep." After waiting for a few minutes, Long Ting opened the door of the cultivation room and said sleepily, with her eyes closed. She was obviously unhappy that Long Yi had disturbed her sleep. However, Long Yi seemed to be used to it and said, "Sister, do you want to come to the arena with me to play?" "No. What's so fun about the arena? I'm such a low-key person. I don't want to show my face." "You're really not going? Then you might regret it." Long Yi smiled and said mysteriously, "Regret? Why? Something good happened." "I'm not sure, but it's very possible. After I see it, I can basically confirm that. Brother Chen might be fighting in the arena. Are you going or not?" "Is that so? All right, I'll go and take a look. I haven't seen him fight yet." Long Ting's eyes were no longer closed, but she did not want to show too much emotion, so she pretended to be calm and said calmly, He, let's go then. It's so hard to choose. I can't believe that after a few months, my reputation has increased. It's only been a minute, and there are more than 1,000 people challenging me. Their strength is not bad. TSK, these people have fought before, and they still want to come? These people have applied many times. This time, the wager has been raised to 1,000. I'll choose this one. Beep, beep, beep. Ah, it's me. Ha ha ha. Chen Riqian chose me. Ha ha ha. My hard work pays off. Don't be jealous. I've applied 136 times. Boom. A cultivator said to his friend beside him. As he spoke, his aura suddenly surged, and he rushed towards the arena. "Brother Chen, please take care of me." "Well said, well said. Brother, please." The ugly Chen Riqian smiled. Even though he looked uglier than if he were crying, he still felt good about himself, even though he did not look like an expert at all. He made a gesture to invite them to go ahead. Swoosh, swoosh. It was also at this moment that the number of cultivators who were watching decreased by more than 1,000. Basically, everyone who knew ugly brother Chen Riqian chose to enter the arena to experience it for themselves. However, it was different this time. The wager had been raised to 5 celestial core crystals. This was the wager that only famous people could afford to watch the battle. However, when the crowd received the notification, they did not even frown and entered the arena. Famous people were nothing. Only the experts who were suitable for themselves would benefit them the most. Without a doubt, the thousands of people who were waiting to fight with Chen Riqian all thought that their strength was on par with Chen Riqian's. More importantly, famous people would not go from shallow to deep. They were like sparring partners who would allow their opponents to unleash their full potential. Every battle would take more than 10 minutes or even longer. How could they not know which one was more worthwhile to watch? Just as Chun Hao started his first battle, about 5 minutes later, 2 figures appeared at the back of the crowd. Wherever they passed, many people exclaimed. These 2 people were Long Yi, the top fighter of the human celestial stage in the arena, and Long Ting, who was not famous in the arena. This commotion was like a whirlwind. Other than the cultivators who were fully immersed in watching the battle, everyone could not help but look at the source of the commotion. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 577. Long Yi. Are you kidding me? Brother Cho has attracted Long Yi's attention? Who's the beauty next to Long Yi? She's so pretty. She must be Long Yi's cultivation partner, right? Are you an idiot? Since when have you heard of Long Yi having a cultivation partner? That's Long Yi's sister, Long Ting. Long Ting. Phew. I don't think she's ever been to the arena. Why is she here today? Brother Long, Miss Long, Nye Xiaofeng, and Yun Zhongjian widened their eyes in shock when they saw the Long siblings. Of course, they were shocked to see Long Ting, the legendary #1 beauty of Xiantian City, the most terrifying witch, had come to the arena. This was unbelievable. More importantly, they did not dare to look Long Ting in the eyes when they saw her. They were stuttering when they greeted her. It was as if they were excited, but more like they were afraid. Who in Xiantian City did not know Long Ting? Even though Long Ting had never participated in the test of the Second World Alliance and had never earned any fame in the arena, her reputation in Xiantian City was no less than her brother Long Yi's. Was the challenge maniac Tianjin awesome? He could only suck up to Long Ting with his tail between his legs. Was the genius disciple from the So-and-so family awesome? Pursuing Long Ting, yet being beaten into a pig head that even his own mother couldn't recognize. There were many such violent incidents, to the extent that there was a common rule among the young genius disciples of Profound Heaven City, and that was to offend anyone but Long Ting of the Long family. Otherwise, one could just wait to become one of the members of the violent incidents that people took delight in talking about. It could be said that Long Ting was the goddess in many young men's hearts, but she was also the devil in their hearts. He's the ugly one in the arena. Our cultivation level is not high enough, or else we would have challenged him. However, there are too many people who have challenged him. Some of them have challenged him 100 to 200 times and still haven't gotten their turn. He's very popular. Is that so? Indeed. Long Yi stared at the battle in the arena. He did not doubt Nye Xiaofeng and Yun Zhongjian's judgment. Big brother, where is Chun Hao? Long Ting spread out her perception, but couldn't sense Chun Hao's aura at all. She couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. Let's watch the competition first. Long Yi said deliberately. What's so interesting about the competition? That person is so ugly. It's not his fault that he's so ugly, but it's not right for him to come out and scare people. Brother, do you want me to vomit? Fortunately, I haven't eaten anything yet. She only glanced at the ring and shuddered, speaking her thoughts without mercy. Long Yi didn't know what to say. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "That little sister, I'm going in to watch the battle. You should come with me. You can take a closer look at that ugly guy. I heard he's very strong. Oh, right, his name is Chun Hao. Isn't that Chun Hao? Brother, you lied to me?" Hiss. Long Yi directly transformed into a ray of light. At the same time, his voice drifted into Long Ting's ears. What if I tell you that this ugly bastard might be Chun Hao? He triggered the hidden conditions of the arena. Since you're with him, why don't you test him? Long Ting was dumbfounded. Could this ugly freak be Chun Hao? This is a joke, right? Although Long Ting didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that Chun Hao was the most disgusting person she had ever seen. How could he be related to this ugly freak? However, based on Long Ting's understanding of her brother, he had never lied to her. There was no courage to lie to her, right? Miss Long, we're going to watch the battle too. Nye Xiaofeng and Yun Zhongjian stood together with Long Ting. Although it was the Second World, they still felt the pressure, seeing that Long Yi had entered the spectator mode. The two of them didn't dare to stay any longer. If they accidentally said something wrong, wouldn't it be terrible? Therefore, they directly ran away. In the aircraft, Long Ting couldn't help but look back at Chun Hao, who was lying motionless. At this moment, his aura had indeed entered the realm of thoughtless tranquility. A faint light appeared above his head, undoubtedly immersed in the Second World. Hey, Brother Hao, good brother, what are you doing? Do you want to eat something? Long Ting, who was wearing bright and beautiful soft armor, looked valiant and sexy. With light steps, she walked to the side of Chun Hao, who was lying motionless on the ground. She laid on the side of Chun Hao's head and supported her chin with one hand. Her beautiful face had a kind and ingratiating smile as she spoke. "I'm busy. Don't disturb me," Chun Hao said in a bad mood. He didn't even look at Long Ting. Just by feeling, he knew that this girl was right next to his ear. Her breath was like orchids, making his ear itchy, F*CK, seducing, drugging. And now she wants to trick me? When the seal is broken, I must teach this girl a good lesson. With a few words of Brother Hao and good brother, she wants to forget the grudge with a smile? Dream on. Brother Hao, are you still angry with me? What are you busy with? Are you fighting in the arena? Chun Hao obviously didn't have the desire to answer Long Ting. He directly ignored her. He. Long Ting seemed to be silly, but there was a hint of slyness in her smile. She said, "I saw you in the arena. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Hearing Long Ting's words, Chun Hao thought to himself, "See me? That's a dream. I'm indeed in the arena, but it's not something you can see. I'm lying to you. However, I'm playing in the arena. Do you want to come?" "I know you're listening to me. Let me tell you, I saw an ugly freak." He's really in the arena? Chun Hao thought to himself, but he still didn't answer. Without a doubt, the ugly freak who could make Long Ting directly tell him the news was definitely Chun Ritien. The most hateful thing is that this ugly freak is actually called Chun Ritien. Isn't this insulting, brother? How? It's not his fault that he's ugly, but it's his fault that he dares to call himself Chun Ritien. Brother Hao, I'll help you teach him a lesson and make him change his name. Okay? Okay. Chun Hao finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He opened his eyes and glared at Long Ting. "You must be taught a lesson for daring to call yourself Chun Ritien. You can't be redeemed for breaking my name. However, I'm in the middle of cultivation and can't watch. Help me. If you do well, I won't be angry with you anymore." "Are you serious?" "Of course." Chun Hao said decisively. Come on. If you dare to come up, I'll trample on you. I don't even know who it is that trampled on you." Chun Hao, who had been waiting for the seal to be broken to teach Long Ting a lesson, had coincidentally encountered this opportunity. How could he let it go? He didn't think that Long Ting would be able to guess that Chun Ritien was him. Of course, Chun Hao didn't think too deeply about this problem. He only wanted to vent his anger as soon as possible. Even though it was the second world, there was also one more thing that Chun Hao was very curious about. Just how strong was Long Ting? "All right, I'll beat this ugly guy until he's crying for his dad and mom. He'll beg for death." Long Ting said. He didn't even want to leave. He just lay down beside Chun Hao and didn't move. Is it him or not? Just from the conversation just now, Long Ting was still not completely sure. But at least she trusted her brother a little. Humph, we'll find out soon enough. Long Ting thought to herself slyly. Immediately, she disappeared from the second world. She had no choice. She had entered the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. If her cultivation didn't match, she wouldn't be qualified to challenge. When she re-entered the second world, Long Ting's aura changed to the peak of the medium stage of the human celestial stage. However, she appeared at a fixed location in the second world, which was the manor that the Long family had bought. So, after this girl appeared, she dashed to the arena again, without stopping. A few minutes later, before the ugly guy Chun Ritien's first battle ended, Long Ting came to the arena again. Beep, beep. Ha. Have you applied for a challenge? Very good. Chun Hao had been waiting. When he was in the aircraft just now, he sensed the change in Long Ting's aura. when she entered the second world. Naturally, Chun Hao knew that Long Ting wanted to enter the second world. Now that he had received Long Ting's challenge message from the system, Chun Riqian, who was in the middle of the battle, smiled proudly. If it weren't for the professional ethics that Chun Riqian had established after 1,000 battles, he would have gone crazy and ended the battle early to teach this girl a lesson. Humph, humph. If this ugly guy is you, he'll definitely accept my challenge. Don't think that I don't know that you want to teach me a lesson. If not, there's no reason for you to accept my challenge. My battle record is 0. There are so many people who want to challenge me. How can it be my turn? Ha, ha, ha. Long Ting laughed foolishly in the crowd. Many of the young cultivators, who had been sneaking glances at them time and time again, were dumbfounded, especially when they saw that Long Ting's eyes were fixed on the ugly guy in the arena. They couldn't understand, could it be that the #1 beauty in Xiantian City admired men like Brother Cho, who had no appearance but had inner qualities? Otherwise, why would she stare at the ugly guy and laugh foolishly? Brother Chun, take my strongest move. Chi. After a full 15 minutes of hearty battle, this challenger was intoxicated. His energy and spirit were stimulated to an unprecedented state. There was only one word to describe it. At this moment, he finally understood the restraints that had been trapped for a long time in the battle. His blood was boiling and his battle intent was high. He suddenly shouted and used his strongest move that he had just comprehended. Very good. Unfortunately, you'll still lose. Chi. Chun Hao shook his wrist, and a sharp sword light appeared. It had the same mysterious aura as his opponent, but it was more perfect and ingenious. Boom. Rumble. In the terrifying explosion of energy, the challenger's eyes were filled with excitement, disbelief, and excitement. However, he did not have the fear, panic, and depression that he should have before his death. He turned into a beam of white light and disappeared from the arena. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 578. Good. Awesome. Brother Cho is awesome. Brother Cho is awesome. Brother Cho, although you are extremely ugly, but I like you. Be my cultivation companion. Brother Cho, please choose me. I, Zhang San, have applied 180 times. Brother Cho, I, Li Si, have applied for 249 times. I don't want to be 250. Below the arena, cheers, praises, the unrivaled ugly girl's awesome confession, as well as the battle cries of those who wanted to fight but couldn't, etc. This caused Long Ting's eyes to widen as she stared at the incomparably ugly fellow on the arena. She would lose her appetite if she looked at him a few more times. How could he be so popular? How could it be? How could it be? Although the battle just now was not bad, and there was something to be said about it. It also seemed very sloppy and ordinary, right? Was there a need to be so excited? Long Ting was very confused. She felt that the people around the arena were all unreasonable lunatics. Unfortunately, what Long Ting didn't know was that the ugly guy in the arena was strong and weak. In short, he could satisfy everyone's desire to fight and let you fight to your heart's content. This was not something that could be done with a high cultivation level. Otherwise, how could he be so popular? Similarly, Long Ting's horizons and knowledge were basically all at the level of geniuses. Therefore, she didn't feel that ugly person's performance was much. At most, it was just SOSO. However, how many of the cultivators around her could compare to her unique conditions? Swish! At this moment, Long Yi, who had entered the arena to watch the fight, automatically bounced out of the arena and appeared beside Long Ting. He said, "Sister, it's very possible. It's very possible that—" Sister, what are you—" Before he could finish his sentence, Long Yi suddenly felt that Long Ting's aura had changed to the medium stage of the human celestial stage. He suddenly realized something and asked with his eyes wide open, "D. Ah." Just as Long Yi asked in surprise, Long Ting also exclaimed, "Brother, it's him. Ha, ha, ha. He wants to teach me a lesson? Humph, humph. I want to see who will teach, who a lesson." Swish! Before Long Yi could react to what was going on, Long Ting suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the stage. It can't be. Nie Xiaofeng and Yun Zhongjian, who had just arrived beside the two, widened their eyes in surprise and looked at the arena. "Brother Long, Miss Long, she, don't ask me. I don't know if she ate the wrong medicine." Long Yi also looked at Chen Riqian in a daze, unable to say anything. He didn't understand how much meaning was contained in his sister's short sentence. In any case, there was a lot of information. One thing was that his younger sister was more certain than him that the ugly guy was Chun Hao. "But if you want to teach me a lesson, I'll teach you a lesson. It's not something you can understand." In short, he knew one thing, and that was when he saw his younger sister reveal a devilish smile. He also knew that every time this happened, he, as her older brother, had to back off. Long Ting's true strength was indeed inferior to his, but Long Yi knew that no matter if it was the real world or the second world, if Long Ting really wanted to fight him seriously, the one who would lose and be trampled on would definitely be him. This made Long Yi look at the ugly Chen Riqian, or rather, Chen Hao, who had been confirmed by his sister and basically confirmed by himself, with sympathy. Similarly, after they saw Long Ting, this peerless beauty, enter the arena, there were already more and more cultivators around the arena, and they instantly gathered at an even faster speed. Those who were clear about Long Ting's identity and had a certain level of understanding of Long Ting's style were so stunned that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. All of them notified their good friends at the first possible moment, and in order to show off their status and knowledge, they introduced Long Ting to the people around them and told them who she was, and why Brother Cho would agree to a cultivator with a battle record of 0 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses who only had a bet of 10 celestial origin crystals. In less than half a minute, the atmosphere around the arena had reached an unprecedented level, and it was shocking. "Ugly guy, you dare to call yourself Chen Riqian? You know your mistake." After Long Ting's name, record, and bet appeared on the screen, Long Ting entered the arena with one hand on her waist and the other pointing at Chen Riqian. The first sentence that came out of her mouth caused an uproar. What did she mean? Was it wrong for her to call herself Chen Riqian? Although this name was a little crazy. Yes, it was a little crazy, but there were many more crazy names in the cultivation world, such as heaven manipulation, heaven destruction, and so on. Chun Hao was so shocked by Long Ting's words that he almost fell to the ground. "Damn, this is a public place. Can you not be so arrogant? You're too arrogant. You're the eldest daughter of the Long family, right?" However, Chun Hao had to admit that this girl's unruly, domineering, and arrogant appearance seemed to be very cute. She was very straightforward and also very naive. "What does it have to do with you what my name is?" "Humph. Of course it has to do with me. Promise to change your name now. Otherwise I'll let you know how to write the word pain, and what the true meaning of unable to live, unable to die is. Do you believe me?" Long Ting said, as she pointed at Chun Hao's nose. Below the arena, Long Yi was speechless. What he was certain of was that his mischievous and eccentric little sister had done this on purpose, and under the premise that she knew that ugly person was Chun Hao She naturally did it on purpose, and with a purpose swish, Long E no longer hesitated and directly chose the viewing mode, disappearing from the spot. Come on then. I'd like to see who will tell who. Chi. When Chun Hao saw that Long Ting was so protective of his name, he was angry and amused at the same time. He originally wanted to trample on her, but his anger had been reduced by half. However, he wanted to punish her a little. Well, at least he wanted to see how powerful this girl was without relying on the magical power in her body. Therefore, for the first time in history, Chun Hao made the first move. The brilliant sword light was simple, direct, and sharp, but it contained thousands of mysteries. In an instant, it seemed to have covered all the vital parts of Long Ting's body. There was nowhere to hide, and she could only face it head-on. This lousy sword technique, break it. Long Ting's posture didn't change. She pointed at Chun Hao and simply retracted, extended, and spat out her hand. Whoosh! Chi, 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 chi. A fierce wind suddenly blew, like a hurricane that was going to destroy everything in the world. It whistled and gushed out from Long Ting's slender palm. There was no move, no technique, and no mysteries. There was only absolute power. The power of the wind, the whistling wind, the violent wind, the wind that swept the world and tore the space apart. In an instant, countless cultivators who wanted to feel the pressure, aura, and mysteries of the battle between the two of them, who were in the middle of the two of them, without any mental preparation, screamed and dodged in horror. Those who could not dodge in time did not even dare to hesitate and directly exited the spectator mode. Most people knew that Long Ting's large-scale attack with pure absolute power was terrifying. Only a few people who knew that Long Ting was more terrifying were not surprised. Rumble! When the sword light and the fierce wind met, the entire arena shook. What made Chun Hao's scalp tingle was that Long Ting this last was actually so fearsome. It should be known that although he had kept a lot of power in his sword, it also contained thousands of changes and was condensed to the extreme. It could be said that it was invincible. If Long Ting had used the same condensed ultimate technique, he would be able to understand. However, this girl had just casually used a palm strike, and it was a large area attack. There was no condensed technique to speak of. However, his sword light was completely drowned by the continuous wild wind. That was not all. The whistling wild wind actually continued to envelop him without any signs of slowing down. Could it be that this girl can use power that doesn't belong to her in the second world? This thought flashed through Chun Hao's mind. At the same time, the energy around him suddenly gushed out. With a rumble, it was like a rotating cannonball riding the wind and breaking the waves. Accompanied by continuous terrifying explosions, it broke through the fierce wind and shot toward Long Ting. Humph, close combat. I'll fulfill your wish. Ding. Long Ting's eyes narrowed. She suddenly attacked. Her snow-white hand met Chun Hao, who was one with the sword, empty-handed. What made Chun Hao even more shocked was that when the sword and palm met, there was a sound of metal clashing. At the same time, Long Ting's hand, which was on her waist, finally moved. What a strong physical body. Chun Hao was shocked. Without thinking, he rushed up to the sky with a rumble and narrowly avoided Long Ting's other hand, which was as fast as lightning. Bang! At this moment, Long Ting also rushed up to the sky and followed him like a shadow. Her two palms were as fast as lightning. There was still no mystery, and it was straightforward. However, the power contained in each palm had the power to collapse the mountains and split the earth. It made the scalps of the spectators numb. Brother Cho, who was always at ease and gave people an unfathomable feeling, was completely like a headless fly at this moment. He was attacked by the powerful Long Ting and dodged everywhere. He didn't even dare to face her head-on. In fact, none of the experts present dared to put themselves in his shoes. Even Longy didn't dare to d*mn. What's going on? Didn't she say that her combat power is not as good as Long Yi's? This is not as good as Long Yi's. She's only at the medium stage of the human celestial stage, but her strength is absolutely unmatched by those at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. Isn't this too abnormal? The more Chun Hao fought, the more frightened he was. At this moment, he had already thrown the idea of trampling on Long Ting to the back of his mind. The only thing he wanted was to not be trampled on. Her absolute power was too strong. All his skills and mysteries were vulnerable in front of her. She could turn his attacks into ashes with a casual palm. There were only 3 points on Long Ting's body. First, absolute power. Second, absolute speed. And third, absolute defense. In front of absolute power, any skills were nothing. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. In front of absolute speed, all flaws could be covered. Her absolute defense was so strong that Chun Hao, who was always confident in his physical body, couldn't help but admit his inferiority. With these 3 points, how could Chun Hao trample on her? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 579. Ha ha ha. In the independent space of the aircraft, Long Ting, who was lying beside Chun Hao, laughed proudly and said, "Brother Hao, I'm ravaging that ugly bastard." Humph, I told him to change his name, but he didn't listen. Now, he's running away like a rat. He's so scared that he's pissing his pants. He doesn't even dare to fight back. What a good-for-nothing. Good brother, if I want to kill him, I only need one move, but I won't. I must ravage him. In the second world, Chun Hao, who was already in shock, was so angry when he heard Long Ting's words. Damn, when did he piss his pants? But he couldn't say it out loud. He could only look at Long Ting and said, "Is the opponent weak?" Weak. So weak that it's pathetic. I didn't even use any of my skills. Well, actually, it's not that he's too weak, it's that I'm too strong. Ha ha ha. Let's take off one of his arms first. Brother Hao, I've recorded the video. I'll show you when I ravage that ugly bastard. IF***CK. In the arena of the second world, Chun Hao suddenly felt a sharp and fast aura appear beside him. At this moment, he realized that Long Ting wanted to take off one of his arms. In fear, Chun Hao's mind was pushed to the extreme, and he went completely crazy. Absolutely not. No matter what, he couldn't let this girl succeed. Otherwise, where was his dignity as a man? Where was his face? For the first time, in the second world, even when he faced Long Yi, he didn't feel a sense of danger. This made Chun Hao completely serious. He couldn't lose. Especially, he couldn't lose to this girl. Break for me. Boom. At this critical moment, Chun Hao tossed aside all distracting thoughts in his mind. His entire mind was immersed in the arena of the second world, immersed in this battle. This was also the first time that Chun Hao had truly pushed himself to the limit. Battle intent, strength, combat skills, as well as the comprehension of the heavenly Tao law, the use of energy, and even the carving technique that he relied on to save his life. Qi. At the moment of the explosion, Chun Hao turned into a stream of light. Ah! Brother Cho is dead. Brother Cho has finally lost. I can't blame her for losing. This Long Ting is really too strong. Why aren't the results out yet? Just when everyone thought that Chun Hao had been drowned by Long Ting's violent energy and had died, the display screen in the arena still did not show any results even after a few seconds of exclamation. What was going on? Suddenly, a sword light flashed. Ding! Puff! Break for me! Ah! Then Brother Chun Ri-tien, appeared with his mouth full of blood. He slashed out with his sword, and then his voice was heard. Then Long Ting's surprised voice was heard. However, Chun Hao thought that his attack would definitely succeed. He did not hesitate to take the attack of the residual energy of the explosion that had not completely dissipated. The sudden attack that merged with all things in the world was actually slapped away by Long Ting's jade-like hand. Long Ting's hand actually only had a cut, and a little bit of blood flowed out. How could this be? Chun Hao had suffered great physical injuries and attacked with the Carving Heart Sutra. Naturally, he had captured the life trajectory of every cell in Long Ting's body. No matter how fast Long Ting's reaction was, as long as she blocked with her body, she would definitely be cut off like tofu. However, with just a cut, Chun Hao felt that Long Yi's body had completely changed in an instant, and he could not go any further. Concealment. Chun Hao can completely conceal his aura in the second world. Wrong. Completely wrong. This is a unique skill that he has mastered, not a divine artifact concealment magic treasure. Long Yi, who was immersed in the arena, was shocked. Long Ting was also shocked, because they were quite confident in their perception. They had also seen Chun Hao's concealment skills in reality. However, most of them did not think much of it. They just felt that Chun Hao's concealment skills were so strong that they could not sense it. After all, they were only in the human celestial stage. In the same stage, a slightly advanced concealment skill could deceive people in the same stage. You actually made me bleed? After a short moment of surprise, Long Ting looked at the blood on her hand even more incredulously than Chun Hao. Damn it! Let's see where you can hide. Ah! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, Long Ting flew into a rage. She was furious and embarrassed. She had boasted shamelessly that she wanted to remove his arm, but not only had she failed to do so, she had even been made to bleed by him. She knew that Chun Hao knew as well. The only difference was that she did not let Chun Hao know that she knew that the ugly freak was Chun Hao. This was simply too embarrassing. Therefore, for the sake of her reputation, she did not care anymore and directly raised her strength to the peak. Violent gales and hurricanes were 100 times more terrifying than before. Moreover, they covered the entire arena and wreaked havoc. What was more shocking was that the hurricane at this moment was no longer a simple hurricane. It had condensed into many cold wind blades, which were as sharp as sword radiance. At this moment, Chun Hao didn't dare to integrate himself into everything in the world. Otherwise, without the protection of the true core strength, he would be cut into pieces by just relying on his body. Now, the only thing he could do was to resist and fight head-on. Howl, the extremely ugly Chun Ri-tien, violently attacked with his sword. Ding, ding, ding. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The enormous and terrifying pressure, the unbearable power, the power that caused Chun Hao's palm to crack with every block, instantly made Chun Hao incomparably miserable. However, under this enormous pressure, his state of mind was surprisingly calm even though his mouth was full of blood. The terrifying wind blades appeared clearly in his mind, and even their trajectories were completely under his control. At this moment, his brain was like a precise computer, calculating the recoil he would suffer after every block, the direction his body would move in, the distance his body would move in, and the order in which the other wind blades would appear. Everything was accurately presented in his mind. Hiss, 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 hiss. Countless white lights flashed. The cultivators who were in the spectator mode in the arena were forced to leave. Only a few genius disciples at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage could stay in the arena. Even Long Yi was scared because he was busy dealing with his sister's horrible attack. After Chun Hao was forced to show up, he was the focus of his sister's attack. How could he withstand it? After a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Long Ting, who had launched her most powerful attack, opened her eyes wide. How could this be possible? Once or twice, everyone thought that ugly brother Chen Riqian was just lucky to be able to block all of Long Ting's attacks. But 3 times, 4 times, 10 times? For a full half a minute, Chun Hao looked as if he had been sent flying everywhere by the rebound force. He was like a rattle drum, but he was not hit even once by the dense and terrifying attacks. Even though he coughed up blood, and the webbing between his thumb and index finger was torn, which was a horrible sight to behold, all of it was because of the terrifying rebound force. At this moment, the cultivators who were shocked by Long Ting's horrible power started to be shocked by Chen Riqian's defense, which seemed to be chaotic but was perfect. Even those who thought Chen Riqian was unfathomable didn't expect his gifted combat skill to be so powerful. He is too powerful. I didn't expect this ugly guy is so powerful. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Exactly. I feel his gifted combat skill, reaction speed, and adaptability are better than Brother Long's. He is even more powerful than Chun Hao. That's for sure. At least, I haven't seen anyone who is so powerful. Nia Xiaofeng and Yun Zhongjian, who had been forced to leave the spectator mode in the first round, stared at the ugly guy in the arena. They were totally shocked. At the same time, some young geniuses who knew Long Ting was here were also shocked. He is so powerful. Long Ting's eyes were blank. She took a deep breath and said to herself, "No, I can't hesitate anymore. Condense. Qi. Qi." It was as if 10,000 swords had returned to their master. The densely packed wind blades suddenly combined into 2 into 1, and 4 into 1. Their might and power instantly became even more terrifying. Long Ting knew that this was the only way. Otherwise, if this continued, it would be hard to predict who would win if she ran out of energy. Rumble! Rumble! Puff! Chun Hao's vision went dark. Although he felt very stifled, depressed, and humiliated, this was still the first time he had ever felt a life-threatening threat from World 2. Furthermore, there was nothing he could do to stop it or fight back against it. Boundless pain filled Chun Hao, and he knew that he was about to be defeated. This was the first time he had truly been defeated after coming to World 2. Furthermore, he had been killed by a girl who was many times stronger than him. Although he didn't want to admit defeat, there was nothing he could do about it. Rumble! Forget it! To everyone's surprise, the instant Long Ting's attack was about to reach Chun Hao's body, Long Ting actually waved her hand and detonated her attack, stopping the activation of her attack. It's boring to win, with strength. Brother Hao, oh! Hiss. After Long Ting finished speaking, she actually revealed a mischievous and proud smile to Ugly Person. Then she turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the arena, leaving behind Ugly Person Chen Riqian with his eyes wide open. Beep, beep. Challenger Long Ting unexpectedly left the second world. Arena champion Chen Riqian wins. He. In the aircraft, Long Ting jumped up. Facing Chun Hao's wide eyes that were filled with anger, the girl stuck out her tongue and made a funny face as she smiled smugly. You. How did you know? Chun Hao asked angrily. He couldn't wait to push this girl down, take off her pants, and spank her ass until it swelled up. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. He couldn't even move. The only thing he could do was to look at Long Ting jumping up and down in front of him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 580. He he he. Long Ting laughed proudly, but did not answer Chen Hao. I got it. However, in just an instant, Chen Hao deduced all sorts of possibilities and felt depressed. If he had been a little wary of Long Ting and Long Yi, he would not have been fooled by Long Ting. Unfortunately, Chen Hao, who had always been scheming, had been tricked by Long Ting. Especially when he thought about how Long Ting had deliberately told him that she had met an ugly freak called Chen Riqian. Chen Hao wanted nothing more than to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Damn, that was definitely a naked tease, but he had fallen for it. Brother Hao, my good brother, your battle talent is really amazing. If it wasn't for my absolute strength being so much stronger than yours, I would definitely have been taught a lesson by you. I now officially announce that I'm starting to worship you. Long Ting was smart enough not to ask Chen Hao how he knew, or perhaps guess something. Instead, he said with a smile, "It's useless to worship, just you wait. Don't, it's all in the past. You're a man. Are you going to argue with a little girl like me? Besides, our relationship is so good, and you almost cooked me. Also, I gave my first time to you." Long Ting pointed at her pink and seductive mouth and said, "You." Chen Hao was so stifled that he was speechless. Meeting a witch like Long Ting who dared to say and do anything, he was truly defeated. What else was there to say? Long Ting's departure did not affect Chen Hao's battle. However, he was so angry that his mood was affected, and he really wanted to vent. However, for the sake of the reputation that he had built up with great difficulty and his own comprehension of the great Tao, Chen Hao could only endure. Otherwise, the next few opponents would be much more miserable. After 10 battles, Chen Hao directly left. However, just as he stepped out of the arena, Chen Hao exclaimed in surprise, "There's actually a bonus? And so much?" This was something that Chen Hao did not expect. Chen Hao only knew about the dividends when he first entered the arena. However, only famous people had the right to discuss this condition with the arena. Although my current identity can be considered a little famous, it seems that I'm still a little far from being a celebrity, right? Besides, I didn't talk to the arena about the dividends. Why did they give it to me? Chen Hao was a little surprised. At this moment, if he went to the arena with his original identity, he would definitely be considered a celebrity, and he would have the absolute confidence to talk to the arena about the dividends. However, Chen Hao's status was much lower than Chen Riqian's. Chen Hao didn't even think about sharing his fame. 50 crystals per person in the arena. When I first came to the arena, the famous people, Zui Hongqian and Zhuge Ming, got 100 crystals per person in the arena. It was half of what they got, but it was still 5 times more than the basic 10 crystals in the human celestial stage. There were 1,426 people in the first round and 34,358 people in the second round. Looking at the statistics from the arena, Chen Hao was shocked. Of course, Chen Hao instantly understood the reason. It was not that he was too famous, but it was because of Long Ting. Because other than the second round where Long Ting appeared, although the number of spectators in the subsequent rounds was more than twice the number of spectators in the first round, none of them could reach 1/5 of the number of spectators in the first round. The total number of spectators in the 9 rounds was about the same as Long Ting's round. However, even so, the arena received 3.5 million crystals as a revenue from the spectators in the arena. Unfortunately, Chen Hao's bonus was only 5%. What a scam! I've suffered 3.5 million crystals with them, but I only get 175,000 crystals as a bonus. Chen Hao, who had been shocked by the sudden increase in income from his wealth card, was depressed when he saw the detailed list. He was being exploited too much. Shouldn't they at least split it in half? It was only 5%. This won't do. When I come tomorrow, I have to talk to the arena. You guys are eating meat, so you should at least let me have some soup. How can I just smell the fragrance? Otherwise, I'll quit. What Chun Hao didn't know was that it was already good enough that they took the initiative to give him a bonus, let alone 5%, which was already the highest percentage among ordinary celebrities. After all, the entire arena of the Asianing planet was owned by one company. There was no other company. What could you do if they didn't give you a bonus? However, when Chun Hao went to the arena the next day, the deal was struck. The reason was simple. His identity as Chun Ri-Tien had risen to the top of the list of celebrities due to his duel with the top beauty of the Xiantian city, who was also the most terrifying sorceress, Long Ting. In particular, the shocking battle skills he had displayed during the duel had caused Chun Ri-Tien's identity to skyrocket. In just a day's time, the entire city had been shaken. Although he wasn't as good as Chun Hao, he wasn't far behind. Therefore, when the ugly Chun Ri-Tien came to the arena to talk, the arena didn't hesitate to increase the bonus to 10%. At the same time, the cost of spectator mode in the arena was directly increased to 100 crystals for all the battles that Chun Ri-Tien participated in. This made Chun Hao extremely excited for the next few days of battles. However, after 10 days or so, the income began to decline. The reason was simple. Just like the singers on Earth, no matter how awesome they were, if they held concerts every day in the same place, the audience would decrease. Even so, the wealth that Chun Hao gained was extremely awesome. At least, it was so for him. Or rather, for most cultivators, it was an object of envy and jealousy. Judging from Chun Hao's performance, it seemed easy to make money. However, that wasn't the case. Even the top celebrities didn't fight every day. Moreover, even if they fought every day, they would only fight when they needed a large number of battles to stabilize their realm or when they encountered a bottleneck in comprehending a unique skill. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Secondly, their battles were heavily influenced by their personal style. The biggest difference was that no one could be like Chun Ri-Tien, who could let his opponent fight to his heart's content, become stronger when facing a strong opponent, and change his style according to his opponent's style. Therefore, to 99.9% of famous people, they could earn some money from the arena, but it was impossible for them to make a fortune from it. It could only be said that Chun Hao was an exception. In the arena, in less than a month, Chun Hao had transferred 1 million Immortal Core crystals to each of his women's wealth cards. Although the women hadn't logged into the second world, yet the wealth card was universal. Since he was rich, how could he let his wives lack money? I'm a money-making machine right now, and it's not just the arena. Speaking of which, as the number of times I appear in the arena increases, it becomes less and less. To the perverted Chun Hao, it's the slowest way to earn money. Selling the spirit spring water should work, right? Selling origin stones was awesome, right? As for purchasing materials to refine Dharma weapons, that was even more awesome. If Chun Hao was willing, it wouldn't take long for him to enter the world's richest list. However, Chun Hao wasn't stupid. He didn't specialize in making money. The arena's combination of making money and cultivation was undoubtedly the best. Even if he couldn't make money, he had to continue. Brother Hao, are you tired? You only know how to fight all day long, and you even accept anyone's challenge. It's fine if you accept it, but you even suppress your own forces and serve everyone well. Why are you so good? In the aircraft, Long Ting was leisurely lying on a chair with her legs crossed and eating spirit fruits. She stared at Chun Hao, who had unlocked the seal 10 days ago but didn't do anything to her, and said, "Making money. How much can you make with that little money? Do you think everyone is like you, miss? Besides, I'm mainly doing it for cultivation. In order to cultivate, you want to challenge experts or go to the elementary training field and imitate powerful experts. No matter what, It's better than the arena, right? You don't understand. This is my Tao. Okay, play by yourself. Don't disturb me, Chun Hao said as calmly as possible. Chun Hao also understood. If he really fought with this girl, no matter what, he would be the one to suffer. She wasn't afraid of anything, so what could Chun Hao do? The temptation of bathing once a day, feeding you food several times, and beating people up? Okay, just stick out your sexy little. But come on, Chun Hao wouldn't pester her endlessly if he was crazy. The knot in his heart hadn't been untied yet. Who knew if this girl was his long-lost direct descendant? Besides, Chun Hao clearly realized that when facing this girl, as long as there was the slightest movement of the wind, he would uncontrollably become restless. This feeling was very bad. If he didn't handle it well, it would become a serious inner demon. He. Then continue, but it should be soon. What's soon? 20 days will be up soon. What do you think? Hurry up and leave, lest you accidentally interrupt and lose a strand of consciousness. I'm reminding you out of kindness. I think so. In the second world, Chun Hao, who was preparing to start a new day of fighting, suddenly stopped and immediately left the second world. Not long after he left the second world, the seals of all the independent spaces in the aircraft suddenly fluctuated violently. After a few minutes, the supervisor reminded him. Immediately, the seals returned to normal. You have nothing to do now, right? There are a lot of things to do. I don't have time to play with you, but I can play with you for a while. Ah, really? Brother Hao, my good brother, you're so nice. I thought you were going to continue to clearly want to but pretend not to, clearly like but pretend not to like, and ignore me. Give me a strand of hair. Chun Hao glared at Long Ting and said directly, Brother Hao, what are you doing? My hair can't be moved. Every strand is equivalent to a supreme-grade spirit treasure. Moving a strand will destroy the whole. Chun Hao almost said the word F***CK. Brother Hao, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Otherwise, what can I give you? Why don't I give you my whole person? Just don't take it apart. Chun Hao was really annoyed. He couldn't speak for a few seconds. Suppressing the throbbing in his body, he said, Essence blood, is that okay? That's fine. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 581. Hiss. Long Ting directly forced out a drop of blood essence, which slowly floated in front of Chun Hao and said, But what do you want to do? I want to study what kind of monster you are. Chun Hao said, You're the monster. You want to study it with a drop of blood essence. Chun Hao glared at Long Ting and did not speak, directly urging his mind. Shua, hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, a pile of strange things that Long Ting had never seen before appeared in the enclosed space. The small ones were smaller than ants, while the largest was about 1 meter, but there were tens of thousands of them. However, what made Long Ting feel strange was that although these things could barely be considered good minerals, they did not contain any mysterious aura, as if they were the most ordinary tools. What were these things? What were they trying to do? Long Ting was curious. Don't move. Just as Long Ting reached out to take a small toy for a closer look, Chun Hao suddenly stopped her. This thing will break with a touch. Wait for me to assemble it. As Chun Hao spoke, his mind suddenly split into strands, and at the same time, he carefully urged his true yuan, fearing that he would damage any of the components. There was no other way. The cultivators of this world were too strong. If the hard metal did not contain runic arrays, it could be twisted into a fried dough twist with a pinch of the fingers. If Long Ting used her true yuan to test it, What would happen? Hiss, 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 hiss. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Tens of thousands of components, under the control of Chun Hao's powerful mind, quickly assembled. In just a few minutes, they had become two things that Long Ting had never seen before and did not know the use of. Qi. At this moment, Chun Hao sent out a stream of energy, which directly merged into one of the items. Soon after, with a slight hum, the interior of the item seemed to have entered a state of rapid rotation. DDD. It was also at this moment that another thing lit up. Lightning energy can be so gentle. Long Ting's powerful perception immediately sensed a minute amount of lightning energy. What surprised her was that it was actually very stable and gentle. This completely exceeded her understanding. It had to be known that the most violent energy in the world was undoubtedly the power of lightning. In other words, it was lightning attribute energy. How could it be so gentle and even? What is this? Long Ting looked at the screen that was slowly lighting up in surprise. This is something I invented. You won't be able to understand it. Chun Hao said directly. There was no way to explain it. It was not something from this world. Could he explain that it was a generator? Could he explain that this thing was a genetic analyzer? Could he explain the intelligent computer that contained powerful computing power but lacked emotions? All the principles had nothing to do with true essence. It was a component that Chun Hao asked God to complete on his own when he finished the basic polishing in the aircraft and was dedicated to the battle in the Second World. Chun Hao did not need Chun Hao's help or any mysteries. However, when the smart chip was inputted, Chun Hao combined his techniques with the technology and melted all the knowledge about biological genes in his memory into it, which cost him some effort. It seems that I really don't understand. I don't understand at all. But how are you going to study it? Long Ting asked while staring at Chun Hao with a serious, curious, and confused expression for the first time. It's too hard to explain. I'm just giving it a try. Right? Other than me, only you know about this. Don't tell anyone. This is a secret between the two of us. Okay. I won't tell anyone. Just like how you saw me, and I saw you. You kissed me by force, and I was kissed by you by force. These are our secrets. I can't tell anyone. Cough, cough. Please, take it that I'm begging you. I was serious for a while. Can you stop pestering me about this? After all, you were the one who seduced and drugged me first, right? He. I'm serious this time. This secret can't be known by anyone, especially my family, although my brother supports us. I don't dare to say it. Let's not talk about this, Chun Hao said gloomily. After saying that with a chi sound, he also offered up a strand of blood essence. Along with the blood essence that Long Ting had offered earlier, it was delivered to the two tiny entrances. Start a comprehensive genetic mutation analysis and trace back to the origin. Chun Hao said to the thing that Long Ting couldn't understand. Yes, master. Long Ting's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. It can talk. I don't feel the aura of a primordial spirit or an artifact spirit. I told you, you wouldn't understand. This isn't a magical treasure at all. Master, the two genes are complicated. The estimated time taken is about 36 hours, 48 minutes, and 16 seconds. Okay, what are genes? It's the most fundamental thing of life. Why are you analyzing this? What's the use of the analysis? Analyzing it for fun. Okay, if you have any questions, just ask it. As long as it knows, it can answer you. I still have to cultivate. Really? Why don't you try and find out? Chun Hao walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Now, the whole world was quiet. It wasn't that there was no sound, but it had nothing to do with Chun Hao. Long Ting kept asking questions, and the smart computer was about to crash. Luckily, Chen Hao had set it to automatically avoid questions that exceeded the scope. Otherwise, it would have fallen into an endless loop and crashed. Master, the estimated time to complete has been pushed back by 2 hours, 34 minutes, and 6 seconds. Master, the estimated time to complete has been pushed back by 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 43 seconds. DDD. Master, the analysis is complete. Master, please take a look. Under Long Ting's incessant questions, the smart computer's analysis was severely disrupted. After more than 50 hours, the analysis was finally completed. Chen Hao, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped in front of the screen. Start the demonstration report. Yes, Master. As the smart computer's mechanical voice sounded, the images of Chen Hao and Long Ting appeared on the screen. To be precise, they were basically similar, but there were some differences. Cough, cough. Long Ting cried out in surprise, while Chen Hao coughed awkwardly. The reason was very simple. The genetic sequence made up of DNA strands could be 80% accurate. It could simulate the characteristics of a living body, including the body shape, appearance, and so on. There was no doubt that the simulated body was completely naked, and it was rotating in front of the two of them. How magical! Long Ting's face was red, but she said excitedly, "Through my genes, it can simulate a body that looks similar to me. How magical! Continue." Chen Hao ordered. Whoosh. Complicated and tedious data analysis, genetic data, and diagrams were continuously deduced and changed. Chen Hao's eyes did not move at all. At this moment, Long Ting basically could not understand what was going on. The only thing she could understand was that in her corresponding image, the graphics were changing slowly and evenly. It was a gradual process. On the other hand, Chen Hao's image was changing time and time again. Chen Hao knew very well that every mutation was when his physical body had undergone a huge change in this lifetime. It triggered heavenly punishment damaged physical body, and so on. These genetic mutations would leave traces that could be traced back. As for Long Ting, it was obvious that she had been changing slowly since she was young. It was very uniform, and there were only a few sudden changes of a small magnitude. It should have been brought about when she triggered heavenly punishment. When the image was fixed on the primordial genes of the two of them at the time of their birth, the image jumped, and the derivation of the gene origin appeared. In Chen Hao's image, there was a man and a woman, and in Long Ting's image, there were two. Long Ting screamed in shock and looked nervously at Chen Hao. On the other hand, Chen Hao glared at Long Ting and started laughing loudly. Even though Chen Hao was still unable to explain why he had such a close and familiar feeling with Long Ting and Long Yi, he knew that there was no relationship between him and Long Ting and Long Yi at all, and that was enough. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? You're not allowed to laugh. Your analysis is inaccurate. How could I be? For 40 hours, Long Ting did not ask questions for nothing. Although she could not understand the diagrams and data analysis that appeared, she knew what Chen Hao wanted to analyze and what results he wanted. At this moment, what was displayed was naturally tracing back to her gene origin. Ha ha ha. It might not be accurate, but it definitely makes sense. This is the result of tracing back to the evolution of the species. Mine is 100% accurate. As for yours, looking at Chen Hao's smug look, Long Ting's expression immediately turned ugly. She glared at Chen Hao and said, "Are you looking down on me?" "No." "Ha ha ha. No, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing again?" "I'm happy." "Ha ha ha. What? Are you going to cook me again?" Come. Let's see who's afraid of who. Anyway, it doesn't matter if there's one more. I don't care anymore. In the past, I gave in to you and tolerated you because we felt like old friends at first sight. It made me suspect that you were my long-lost sister. Now, Chun Hao's eyes were full of evil charm as they landed on Long Ting's full and alluring breasts. The meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. You, uffed. The angry Long Ting suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Luckily, you're not looking down on me. Who's afraid of who? Come, come." Long Ting proudly puffed out her chest and took a step forward towards Chun Hao. That look, that expression, made Chun Hao, who thought he could be awesome, suddenly speechless. "You think I don't dare? You want to force yourself? Don't bother, I'll do it myself." Seeing Chun Hao's posture, Long Ting directly reached for her buttons. 1, 2. Author's note about that. This chapter involves genes, machines, and whatnot. Don't take it seriously with Wu Shan. I don't understand those things at all. They're all made up for the novel. Over the next few days, I'll be writing 2 chapters a day. Rest up and don't rush. I'll start on May 1st. The entire month of May will be the craziest month since Wu Shan started writing. To be continued. If you like this novel, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 582. F***CK. Stop. You're amazing. I admit defeat. Chun Hao was sure that this girl was completely different and could not be judged by common sense. Although Chun Hao knew that this girl was just trying to scare him, her bottom line was really beyond Chun Hao's reach. What else could he do other than admit defeat? Could it be that he had to wait for the arousal in his body to evolve into madness, insanity, and finally lose his mind and pounce on her? Humph. Long Ting was very proud of herself. I knew you had the heart, but not the guts. However, although I have planted the love root, the effect is obviously not as strong as the spiritual medicine described in the grimoire. After this mission, I have to refine another spiritual medicine for him. Ha ha. In the next 10 days, Chun Hao finally experienced what real torture was. A great beauty who kept teasing his limits, was right in front of him, but he did not dare to kiss her. Originally, when Chun Hao had not done the appraisal, as long as he had the slightest bit of lust, he would quickly get rid of it. But now, because he knew that it did not violate ethics or morality, he held the thought that it was reasonable to admire and that it was innocent. In this space where a man and a woman were alone, it directly became a game where Chun Hao challenged the limits of his willpower time and time again. Phew. I'm finally free when the independent space seal in the aircraft vibrated violently and gradually disappeared. Chun Hao, who was immersed in the pain for 10 days, finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt refreshed, as if the clouds had cleared and the sun and the moon had appeared. At the same time, he also felt a sense of reluctance. Swoosh. Long Ting, who was originally dressed boldly and seductively, was now dressed neatly at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, her appearance and aura changed instantly. Chun Hao also changed his appearance and aura. When the seal completely disappeared, Long E and the surrounding cultivators finally appeared in front of them. "Everyone, we have arrived at the space barrier of the blazing star. When you have collected enough blazing fire crystal marrow, you can activate the mission token. The aircraft that our alliance has stationed here, waiting for you, will come to pick you up. Of course, it may not be old man's aircraft. When the next batch of aircraft carrying cultivators arrives, they will replace this old man's aircraft and wait in the chaotic space nearby. As long as you complete the mission and activate the token, no matter which aircraft is there, they will come to pick you up. I hope that you can complete the mission as soon as possible. I hope that you can have luck and obtain opportunities. Now, please leave the aircraft and depart on your own. Swoosh. The exit in the aircraft's cabin immediately. Let's go. Phew. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the cultivators activated their protective upstanding chi and flew out of the aircraft. Some directly tore through the space barrier and entered the space of the blazing star, while others flew into the distance in the chaotic space. Obviously, they had to split up to avoid entering the same area at the same time. Of course, some of them also wanted to avoid other cultivators with powerful auras. Brother Chun, sister, let's go. Long Yi sent a telepathic message to Chun Hao and Long Ting with a smile on his face. Yes, Brother Long, Sister Ting, you have seen the image of my cultivation partner, Tantai Lien. She has the aura of the Phoenix inheritance. You have also sensed it. However, my simulation may not be accurate. After all, I have not seen her for a long time. If you happen to meet her, please inform me immediately. Chun Hao said, Don't worry. Your business is our business. This time, the three of us will try to stay within the range of the communication talisman. If there is any news, we will inform you immediately. We will not miss any blazing fire. Long Yi said without hesitation. The blazing fire was a lava cave on the blazing star. There were countless blazing fire eyes on the surface of the blazing star. Some were big, some were small, some were deep, and some were shallow. The bigger and deeper the blazing fire the higher the temperature. The deeper the blazing fire was, the higher the temperature. On the entire blazing star, the blazing fire crystal marrow could only be collected in the blazing fire The bigger, deeper, and hotter the blazing fire the higher the probability of finding the blazing fire crystal marrow. Okay, thank you so much. Chun Hao said gratefully. This was something that Chun Hao wanted to ask for, but he had no reason and was embarrassed to ask for it. Although he was very familiar with Long Yi and Long Ting, and they were close friends, after all, they were here to gain experience. They were not here to help him find people. But now, Long Yi's words were undoubtedly to help Chun Hao. They would not miss any blazing fire eye. That was to say, all the blazing fire eyes, no matter big or small, had to be searched. This was undoubtedly a waste of time for Long Yi and Long Ting, who were top masters at the human celestial stage. How can you thank me? How? Chun Hao, you can't just say that. Long Ting said. Originally, she was about to call him Brother Hao, my good brother. But she suddenly realized that her brother was here, so she quickly stopped. You little girl. Well, Brother Chun, your sister likes to joke. Let's go. Let's get away from the chaotic space first. Okay. Chun Hao replied. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three of them turned into a stream of light and quickly flew away along the space barrier of the blazing fire star. Phew, outside the space barrier, the heat is so strong. I'm afraid the blazing fire star is a sea of fire. Chun Hao thought to himself as he flew quickly. Looking at the dazzling light of the barrier coupled with the aura, Chun Hao knew that the blazing fire star was definitely a planet defined as a star on Earth, and it was definitely a star that was not inferior to the sun. The reason why little Lien dared to accept this task is probably because of the inheritance of the phoenix. Maybe she was bewitched by the two little birds. This was what Chun Hao had guessed when he knew the name of the task that Tantai Lien had accepted. Otherwise, no matter how crazy Tantai Lien was, she was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. How could she accept such an impossible task for a human celestial stage cultivator? in the chaotic space. After flying for a few minutes, Long Yi saw that Chun Hao and Long Ting were still calm and had no intention of stopping. He was a little embarrassed. He knew very well how strong his sister's physique was. It was not something that he could compare with. However, he was a little surprised that Chun Hao's physique was also so strong. It should be known that his sister's strength was built on the foundation of a large number of precious spiritual items of heaven and earth, as well as countless efforts and wealth of her family every day since she was born. But what about Chun Hao? He was just a genius disciple from a barren planet. Even if he used up all the resources of the planet, he would not be able to match up to his sister's consumption of wealth. This is a real genius. Long Yi thought to himself. He shook his head slightly and said, "I'm going to die soon. I'll enter from here. You guys estimate the distance and enter one after the other. Don't go more than 10 million miles. The maximum distance of the communication charm that I bought is 10 million miles. Contact me after you enter. The cultivators behind us are so strong. It seems that the competition will be very fierce. You guys should be careful." "Okay." Chun Hao and Long Ting replied. After that, Chun Hao, who was in between the two of them, flew for a few more minutes. After saying goodbye to Long Ting, he tore open the space barrier and entered the space of the blazing flame planet. When Long Ting estimated the distance, she also disappeared into the chaotic space. Although the three of them were a little surprised by the strength of the cultivators behind them, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they had come out of the spaceship together. In order to spread out, they couldn't enter the fiery star directly. Otherwise, they would be too crowded. Whether it was to complete the mission or to seek opportunities, they had to avoid the situation where they stayed together. Gee, what a terrifying temperature. Although Chun Hao was mentally prepared the instant he entered, he was still startled by the terrifyingly high temperature that assaulted him. This was at least 10,000 miles above the ground of the blazing flame planet. If they were on the ground, how terrifying would the temperature be? Chun Hao was certain that this terrifying high temperature was definitely much higher than the temperature of the sun. Any metal material on Earth would probably be vaporized into nothing if it came here. Caw! At this moment, a strange, excited cry rang out in Chun Hao's mind. Vermilion bird. Chun Hao was slightly taken aback. Master, release my aura. This is a planet with pure fire attributes. It is very beneficial to me. Vermilion bird said excitedly in Chun Hao's mind. A long time ago, unless Chun Hao used the 5 divine beasts, the 5 divine beasts were under the control of the old god. Chun Hao did not care about them at all. Even the comprehension and cultivation of the 5 divine beasts were handled by the old god. Now that vermilion bird had appeared, the old god must have released it. I forgot about you. Come out. Chun Hao immediately released the restriction on vermilion bird's senses and released its mind sense. Thank you, Master. The vermilion bird let out a strange cry of excitement. Its loud and clear cry immediately spread out in the terrifying heat wave that filled the sky. Vermilion bird, I suspect that little Lien came here because of the phoenix. You and the phoenix are both ancient divine beasts of the fire attribute. Do you have any special senses? Master, you don't have to doubt that a planet with pure fire attributes like the blazing flame planet is a paradise for ancient divine beasts like us firebirds. It must be the phoenix and the phoenix. Master, if I'm not wrong, Mistress Little Lien must have been guided to the core of the planet by them. Oh, the level of the fire attribute energy near the core of a planet with pure fire attributes is the highest. As long as it reaches the level 5 mysterious fire realm, it can help us reconstruct our bodies. Vermilion Bird continued. Mysterious fire was the level of the fire attribute beyond the level 9 heavenly fire. Only practitioners at the human celestial stage and above could comprehend it. From the level 4 to the level 6 mysterious fire, practitioners at the earth celestial stage could only comprehend it. Of course, this was the general situation. It was an exception for some geniuses in the field of fire attributes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 583. Everyone don't worry. Dark Mountain will erupt again on May 1st. And the higher the level of the fire attribute, the stronger the reconstructed body. Just the fire attribute aura on the surface of this planet has reached the level of level 9 heavenly fire. If we go deeper, it will definitely break through to a higher level of mystic fire. Near the core, it is very likely that it will reach the level of level 5 mystic fire. I've been reborn with desire many times, but I haven't had the chance to encounter it. Master, you must take me deeper and deeper. The closer we are to the core, the better. As long as I reconstruct my body, I will definitely have some ancient magical powers and become a great fighting force for Master. Old God also said that I can also be a great help to Master in refining weapons and elixirs. Oh, so comfortable. The Vermilion Bird said excitedly. The Vermilion Bird was currently bathing in the high temperature that even Chun Hao's strong body felt hot and dry. It was so comfortable that it wanted to moan. Under Old God's high-pressure policy, the 5 divine beasts had never stopped cultivating. And because of their relationship with Chun Hao, they could also improve along with Chun Hao and obtain a lot of benefits. Not to mention whether they could reconstruct their bodies. Even now, they were much more powerful than the inheritances of their previous lives. There was no other way. Although they were ancient divine beasts, they were imprisoned in a small place like the Eastern continent. How could they become that strong? But now, it was different because they had a freak like Chun Hao as their master. Their future was undoubtedly bright and limitless. That's not a problem, Chun Hao said. You and the Phoenix are ancient divine beasts. Do you have any special senses? Our main mission this time is to find Xiaolian. Master, we do have a special sense between us. If we were on a normal planet with life, as long as they don't hide their aura, we would be able to sense them from hundreds of millions of miles away. But here, whether it's my aura or theirs, it will be covered by the fire aura of this planet. It's definitely not as good as your sensing range. Well, if that's the case, do as you wish. Yes, Master. Buzz. At this moment, the communication talisman in Chun Hao's mind vibrated. Brother Hao, did you miss me? Crushing the communication talisman, Chun Hao heard Long Ting's deliberate voice that made his balls hurt. Chun Hao naturally knew that this girl was just testing the distance between the two of them, but she even had the chance to tease him. However, it had to be said that if it was any other woman who teased him so passionately and without any regard for their lives, it would definitely make Chun Hao feel extremely disgusted. But towards Long Ting, it was a completely different feeling. The sense of closeness and familiarity, coupled with his understanding of Long Ting during this period of time, not only did he not feel repulsed, he even felt restless and a little bit amused. This girl is simply a vixen. Chun Hao took out 2 communication talismans corresponding to Long Ting and Long Yi and sent out a message. A moment later, he received a reply from Long Yi, after confirming that the 3 of them were within the range of the communication talisman. According to the map of planet blazing shown in the mission token, The three of them quickly headed toward the nearest blazing eye. Gasp! Chun Hao's soul perception, which was many times more powerful than that of ordinary people, spread out in all directions quickly. Lift the seal, conceal your aura, and enter. At the same time, in the chaotic space, the 21 people who were divided into 3 groups, after confirming that no cultivators around them could sense them, except for the teenager at the initial stage of the human celestial stage, activated a mysterious talisman, one by one. Instantly, dazzling lights were emitted from their bodies. The horrible aura of a master at the peak of the later stage of the Earth, celestial stage, suddenly swept out. Then it was completely concealed. Tearing open the space barrier, they entered the planet Blazing Eye. These 21 people were the mysterious teenager and his men of sacrifice. Using a secret art to seal one's cultivation stage by force was basically not checked when accepting a task. Moreover, even if it was checked, it was difficult to detect. Only the masters of the Daluo Golden Wonderland could detect it. Of course, under normal circumstances, the Alliance didn't worry that someone would use a secret art to seal one's cultivation stage by force. That was because it wasn't a self-seal, but a force seal. Self-sealing was easy to detect, but a force seal was difficult to detect. Anyone who was forced to seal his cultivation stage by force basically lost the hope of breaking through to a higher cultivation stage. That was because the seal was planted in the primordial spirit, which was a completely open soul palace. In fact, in the cultivation world, only slaves or the men of sacrifice cultivated by the big sects would be planted with a secret art that could reduce and restore their cultivation stage at any time. The mysterious youth led 5 experts and followed Long Ting's footsteps. As for the other 15 people, 10 of them followed Chun Hao, and 5 of them followed Long Yi. It wasn't that the teenager thought Chun Hao was more powerful than Chun Hao. It was because he thought Chun Hao had a divine artifact, which was quite tricky. He had to do it. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but if he did, he had to kill with one strike. Otherwise, once Su Ke escaped, it would be difficult to get another chance. Phew, Long Yi, Long Ting, and that mysterious guy. Although they are all masters at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage, and they are all peerless geniuses, I am well prepared this time. That genius boy from an unknown planet can only admit that he is unlucky. If he wants to develop with Long Ting, he will die. The teenager was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. Under the horrible heat, his face was still strangely pale. Even the heat couldn't get close to him, as if it was isolated by an innate coldness. After killing Long Yi, Long Ting will be the only heir of the Long family, and I will get Long Ting, the most precious thing in the world for me, the original Yin, and that, ha. The teenager's pale face showed a touch of excitement. No one knew better than him how precious Long Ting was. For example, in the teenager's heart, Long Ting was definitely thousands of times more precious than Tang Sanzang in the journey to the west. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The young man sensed a rune emitting tens of thousands of rays of golden light and a crystalline, fiery red sacred elixir in his mind. His ancestor, a mighty one who could look down on the entire Yang planet, had condensed a rune and a sacred elixir. He became even more excited. Young Master, Team 1 has locked onto Long Ting. Young Master, Team 2 has locked onto Long Yi. Young Master, Team 3 has locked onto Long Ting. Walking slowly on the lava-like surface of the blazing flame star, in less than an hour, he received messages from the 3 teams. Keep your distance. When all 3 of them enter the eye of blazing flame, then approach them. Team 3, keep up the current communication. If any of you is discovered first, inform the other 2 teams immediately and attack. Yes. a powerhouse at the peak of the late stage of the Earth, celestial stage, with a top-grade concealment spiritual treasure. Even if Long E is vigilant, he can't sense me until he is at least 10 miles away at that time. Even if I'm discovered, it won't have any effect. How could the Long family know it's me? The teenager was still moving forward with his hands behind his back, as if he was shrinking the ground into an inch. He didn't need to follow them closely. He just needed to show up when the time was right. Although he was absolutely sure that he would succeed this time, he still adhered to his principle of prudence and calmness. He just needed to pick the fruits of victory. Why should he expose himself at this time? Phew, although I'm at the human celestial stage, my soul stage is about to break through the earth celestial stage and step into the heaven celestial stage. The range of my soul perception is definitely greater than that of a powerhouse at the peak of the late stage of the earth celestial stage. There shouldn't be any cultivators nearby. Those who come here are all powerhouses at the human celestial stage. Chun how extended his powerful soul perception to the limit. After making sure he didn't sense any cultivator's aura, his eyes shone, "Come out!" Swish! A dazzling light suddenly shot out from between Chun Hao's eyebrows. Instantly, it turned into an area with a radius of 1,000 feet. When the light disappeared, a disc-shaped object with a diameter of 1,000 feet and a height of only 10 feet appeared in front of him. If people on Earth saw this, they would definitely shout in surprise, "UFO! UFO!" Yes, it was a UFO. This was the aircraft that Chun Hao had refined in advance with all his strength. It was the most important thing for him to do. He was here to find Tantai Lien. He could give up the magic treasures and equipment, but the aircraft was a must. The size of this aircraft was like a mouse in front of an elephant in front of the original Silver Wing. Moreover, limited by Chun Hao's cultivation stage and the fact that he didn't find any powerhouses to help him, this aircraft couldn't reach the terrifying defensive power of the modified Silver Wing at all, even if it contained powerful spell arrays. To be exact, even the defensive power of the Silver Wing before the modification was slightly inferior. However, this was enough for Chun Hao now. Sitting in the aircraft was equivalent to wearing a protective armor that could withstand the full attack of a powerhouse at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage without any resistance. Even a powerhouse at the Earth celestial stage couldn't destroy this aircraft in a short time. In other words, it was impossible to destroy it. The reason was very simple. Who wouldn't run away when they were beaten? In this space, even a powerhouse at the heaven celestial stage couldn't catch up with the speed of this UFO, let alone an Earth celestial. The aura of a supreme-grade spiritual treasure? Why is the range so large? What Chun Hao didn't know was that when he made sure there were no cultivators nearby and took out the miniature aircraft, about 10,000 miles behind him, 10 men of sacrifice under the command of the mysterious young man were looking at him in surprise. They had locked on to Chun Hao's aura. Although they couldn't see the specific scene, they could sense that the aura fluctuation around Chun Hao was abnormal. It seemed to be the aura of a supreme-grade spiritual treasure. But what puzzled them was that with their perception as powerhouses at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage, they could clearly judge that the size of this spiritual treasure was more than 1,000 feet. What kind of spiritual treasure could be so big? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 584. Beep. Beep, beep. Master, we have detected 10 auras of life at a distance of 4,983 kilometers. Attention, Master. Attention, Master. What? When Chun Hao stepped into the aircraft and activated the detection system, he was surprised to hear a strong warning sound. Then, he received an urgent report from the mastermind. How could this be? And the distance was less than 10,000 miles. Chun Hao's current sensing ability could reach 50,000 miles, which was 100,000 miles, as long as he was not in the chaotic space. How could he not sense the auras of 10 people when they were 10,000 miles away? Could it be that they have concealed their auras? Chun Hao understood the reason immediately. If he could not sense the auras of 10 people at a distance of 10,000 miles, the only explanation was that they had concealed their auras. They either had a powerful concealment skill or a concealment magic weapon. If that was the case, he could not sense them at all. However, Chun Hao frowned when he thought of this reason. Target locked. Simulate the real 3D scene and simulate their auras. Yes, master. Beep, 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 swish. Along with the crisp sound of the notification, beams of light converged to form a true 3D scene in the entire space of the aircraft. The image rapidly zoomed in, and when it finally stopped, it was as if a real scene had appeared before Chun Hao's eyes. The appearance of the 10 cultivators could be seen clearly. If Chun Hao wanted to, he could even count them with a few eyelashes. At the same time, the intensity of the auras of the 10 cultivators was deduced by the detection system. Although there were some errors, the accuracy could only be 99%. If Chun Hao wanted to analyze the interference factors of the fiery star in detail and correct the errors, the accuracy could definitely be more than 0.0001. 10 cultivators at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. How could this be? Chun Hao widened his eyes in surprise. This was definitely beyond his imagination. If he did not have absolute confidence in the aircraft, he would have suspected that the prediction of the auras by the mastermind had been wrong. Could it be that they are cultivators who have stayed in the fiery star for a long time? No. Chun Hao thought to himself. According to his understanding, the restriction for the cultivators who could come here to do the task was the human celestial stage. It was impossible for such a powerful alliance to allow an expert at the peak of the Earth celestial stage to sneak in. If that was really the case, it would be too much of a joke. So, Chun Hao's first thought was that these 10 people had stayed here for a long time and had reached the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage from the human celestial stage. But Chun Hao rejected this idea immediately. Even for a talented cultivator, it would take decades or even hundreds of years to reach the peak of the Earth celestial stage from the peak of the late stage of the human celestial stage. In the entire vast universe galaxy, there weren't many people that could accomplish this in 10 years. As for ordinary cultivators, it was normal for them to cultivate for thousands or even thousands of years. No one dared to casually trigger the heavenly punishment, especially after reaching this realm. Moreover, Chun Hao didn't think that 10 super geniuses could appear at once. More importantly, the 10 of them didn't look like super geniuses at all. Although they were at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage, the strength of their auras couldn't be counted as geniuses. Moreover, there was only pure fire attribute energy on this planet. Even the law of heaven was pure. How could these cultivators, whose auras didn't have anything to do with the fire attribute, be promoted? It's obvious that the 10 of them are paying attention to me. I've just arrived here, and they've already targeted me. It's strange. The distance of 10,000 miles is the instant I appeared. Even if I didn't deliberately check, I should have been able to sense their auras. Since I didn't sense their auras, the only explanation is that they've been concealing their auras. All these signs make it seem like they're specifically following me. Chun Hao couldn't figure it out. If these 10 people were at the human celestial stage, it would be easy to understand. he could conclude that they had come here on the aircraft at the same time as him. Moreover, they had come here specifically for him, but they were at the Earth celestial stage. It wasn't that Chen Hao wasn't smart enough. It was just that his knowledge of the Alliance's mission center was limited. Conceal the aura of the aircraft and simulate my aura. Move forward at my basic speed. Lock onto them and imitate their voices with your lips. Continue to investigate the situation within the range. Yes, master. Chen Hao, who couldn't figure it out, could only observe further. He didn't take these 10 masters at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage seriously. They weren't worth his attention at all. With their auras, Chen Hao dared to deal with them even if he relied on his own strength. Not to mention, they had the aircraft as a powerful backup. What could they do to him? It's out. It's been put away. It seems to be a magic treasure, like a portable cultivation room. Yes, it should be. This kind of magic treasure at the best spiritual treasure level is very valuable. It seems that this guy is definitely a genius disciple of a top force in the vast universe galaxy. Yes, he has a divine artifact concealing magic treasure and a giant best spiritual treasure cultivation room. How could he not have high-level equipment, armor, and weapons? Okay, stop discussing, let's keep up. Group 1 and Group 2 reported that Long Ting and Long Yi would be able to enter the Flaming Eye in about 10 minutes. This guy's time is almost up. We'll soon know how many good things he has. Let's not let our guard down. This guy has so many magic treasures. If he has a divine artifact attacking magic treasure, even if we besiege him, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a price to take him down. So, we'll try our best to get close to him. We'll try our best to kill him when he doesn't notice us. The AI simulated the conversations of these people through the shape of their mouths. Separated by thousands of miles, these fellows clearly did not realize that their most ordinary conversation could be heard. Even more so, they did not think that their every move was clearly seen. Long Yi and Long Ting are also being followed. Do they still think I have a divine artifact concealing magic treasure? Chen Hao was even more surprised by their conversation. What's going on? Those who thought he had a divine artifact concealing magic treasure were Long Ting, Tianjun, and Long Yi, who had seen his concealment skills. However, because Long Ting and Long Yi knew Chen Riqian's identity and had used a concealment technique during the battle with Long Ting, the two of them naturally denied that Chen Hao had used a saint-level concealment magic treasure to conceal himself. The most likely culprit was Tianjun. However, although Chen Hao had only known Tianjun for a short time and Long Yi and Long Ting had come here because of Tianjun's information, Chen Hao's intuition told him that Tianjun would never harm Long Yi and Long Ting. The only possibility was that when Chen Hao had used his concealment skills in the wet market, he had been seen by someone else. That was why they were targeting the three of them now. However, Chen Hao still couldn't figure out how an ace at the Earth celestial stage could come here. After all, any planet that was listed as a mission location by the Asianing Star Alliance was under the control of the Alliance. Apart from the cultivators who had accepted the mission, no one could come here without permission. The only possibility was that they had come here with Chen Hao and the other two in the Alliance's aircraft. But they were Earth Celestials. Could it be someone from the Alliance? If that was the case, it would be 2F** King Dark. Chen Hao couldn't figure it out, but he had to inform Long Ting and Long Yi immediately. Buzz. Long Yi and Long Ting's communication talismans vibrated almost at the same time. They were slightly puzzled. After all, they had just sent a letter. Why were they contacting each other now? Brother Long, Sister Ting, I'm being followed by 10 aces at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. It's very strange. Also, It's obvious that they're targeting me. I can't figure out why there are aces at the peak of the Earth celestial stage on the blazing star. Judging from their auras, they're definitely not geniuses. Also, my identity hasn't been exposed this time, and I've accepted the mission early. There's no reason for them to target me. Could it be that someone is following you too? Chun Hao didn't say directly that he had received confirmation that Long Ting and Long Yi were being followed as well. After all, it was already very unusual for him to discover that he was being followed by aces at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. If he could also hear what they were saying, it would be very strange. Long Yi and Long Ting crushed the talisman. Chun Hao's voice came into their minds, which surprised them. Suppressing their cultivation stage by force? In a short moment, the brother and sister thought of a possibility at the same time, which was the only possibility. Long Yi thought of more than 20 cultivators whose identities he couldn't identify, but whose auras were powerful. Moreover, when they were flying in the chaotic space just now, weren't there 20 cultivators with powerful cultivation behind them? No wonder I couldn't identify them. 20 cultivators with powerful auras. 10 of them are following Brother Chen. The rest, few, I think they're targeting me and my sister. Long Yi frowned and increased his perception to the maximum. At the same time, he sent a message to Chun Hao as fast as he could. Buzz. Brother Chen, inform my sister immediately and ask her to meet you as soon as possible. You can specify the place where we'll meet. I'll also get close to you immediately. The 10 cultivators who are following you must be death slave warriors whose cultivation stages are being suppressed by force. Do you remember that I told you that there were more than 20 cultivators with powerful auras who we couldn't identify? When we were flying in the chaotic space, they were also following us. There were 20 of them with powerful auras. If I'm not wrong, my sister and I are being followed too. They're targeting us. Oh, right, Brother Chen, hide your aura immediately. Don't let them surround you. Chun Hao told the two of them this news. Other than reminding them, he also wanted to find out what was going on. He thought that Long Yi would be as confused as he was, but he didn't expect that Long Yi would come to a conclusion in an instant and solve the mystery in Chun Hao's heart. To recommend a book to a friend. Mortal Fate, book number 2618289. A young man on the verge of death, in a night of thunder and lightning, actually obtained a mysterious power that allowed him to communicate with the heaven realm. A set of heaven, realm divine, arts changed his life. Hunting, joining the army, displaying his heroism on the battlefield, continuously obtaining knowledge of the heaven realm. Step by step, he walked towards the heaven realm, towards the mysterious area of the realm of the gods. If you're interested, please come and support him. This week, I'm strongly promoting it. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 585. Although Chun Hao still did not know what was going on with the slave warriors who had suppressed their realms and how they had managed to hide it from the Alliance, he knew that Long Yi was definitely right. Brother Hao, tell my brother to meet up with you. You can specify the location, and I'll rush over now. Try not to alarm the other party first. Yes, do as I say, and continue to move forward at your current speed. Pretend that you don't know and stay calm. We'll contact each other in time. If they speed up and attack, quickly hide your aura and don't get surrounded. Brother Hao, don't be afraid. Don't panic. I'll take care of everything. Long Ting's message came immediately after, But this girl was completely different from Long Yi's nervousness. She did not sound nervous at all. Instead, she sounded a little excited, as if she had encountered something fun. Moreover, although she did not explain anything, her consideration of the problem was no worse than Long Yi's. It was obvious that Long Ting had also thought of what Long Yi had considered. No need to trouble yourself. You guys can just approach my current location. I'll hide my aura and wait for you guys to hide your auras and rush over. Now, we'll hide at the same time. If your speculation is true, it's good to mess up their formation first. Chun Hao sent a message to the two of them. There was indeed nothing to be nervous about. Of course, the premise was that Chun Hao's aircraft had discovered that the other party was following them in advance. If they did not, he would be fine, but Long Yi and Long Ting would be in trouble. The reason was simple. The other party was only following them now and had not attacked. Obviously, they were waiting for an opportunity. Without a doubt, the best opportunity was when Chun Hao and the other two entered the Eye of Flaming Flames. At that time, they would seal the entrance and attack at the same time. No matter how talented Long Ting and Long Yi were, it would be difficult for them to escape from the other party's siege. However, it was different now. The three of them knew of the other party's existence. As long as they hid their auras, the other party would not be able to sense them from a distance. Wouldn't it be easy to escape? Brother Chen, are you sure it's okay for you to hide where you are? I'll just move within a small range. We'll just maintain communication. Chun Hao said. The communication talisman also had a positioning function while transmitting messages. What's going on? Just as Chun Hao, Long Yi, and Long Ting concealed their auras at almost the same time, the three groups of men of sacrifice were shocked. It's impossible for them to discover us. Right now, they are maintaining a distance of around 10,000 li. Moreover, we have the help of a top-grade concealment spiritual treasure. How could they discover us? If they didn't find us, why did they hide? The three teams were puzzled. Get closer quickly. The leaders of the three groups made their decisions instantly and sent out messages at the same time. What? Long Yi and Long Ting also concealed themselves? Long Ting and that kid also concealed themselves? Long Yi and that kid also concealed themselves? Almost at the same time, the three teams that were in real-time communication confirmed one thing. The three of them went into hiding almost at the same time. If there was only one of them, they might have thought that the other party was being careful out of habit. After all, at such a distance, they did not think that the other party would be able to discover them. But now, not good. He must have been discovered. Immediately report to young master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Have they made a move? Their speed is quite fast. When the three communication amulets vibrated in his mind at the same time, the mysterious young man, who was walking leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, showed a faint smile on his pale face. His speed suddenly increased by several times. He knew that at this moment, the three teams should have made a move at the same time. Next, what he had to do was to conquer Long Ting. But when he sped up and crushed the three communication amulets and heard the contents of the amulets, his smile, expectation, and excitement suddenly changed. Concealment at the same time? When they were 10,000 li away, how could they have been discovered? He, who thought he had everything under control, was shocked by the sudden news. His careful arrangement, or, to be exact, his arrangement had no loopholes. In any case, this kind of accident should not have happened. In his opinion, the most he could do was to seal them in the battle behind the flaming eye. Maybe the three of them had trump cards that he did not expect, but these were all within his expectations. But now his subordinates, who had the best spiritual artifacts, and were at the peak of the late stage of the Earth, celestial stage, were discovered when they were 10,000 li away. How could this be possible? Chun, Hao, and the other two were only at the peak of the late stage of the human celestial stage. Even if they were at the peak of the late stage of the Earth, celestial stage, how could they be discovered when they were hiding in the dark? He couldn't figure it out. The young man also couldn't figure it out. But he was smart and didn't dwell on the process. Since the result had happened, he could only face it and make the most correct decision in the shortest time possible. He couldn't make a mistake because of an accident, which led to all the mistakes. The third team should give up the target and form an encirclement with the second team to kill Long E. The three teams should go all out, no need to hide anymore. Yes, in an instant, the mysterious young man gave the order decisively. For the mysterious young man, Chun Hao, who was also mysterious, had a divine artifact concealing magic treasure. Once he concealed himself, let alone the 10 aces, even the mysterious young man couldn't sense his aura. Just looking for him was like looking for a needle in a haystack, let alone killing him. So, giving up was the best choice. Long Ting and Long E were his most important targets. Moreover, they were 10,000 li away. After Long Ting and Long E concealed their auras, his subordinates couldn't sense them. But as long as they approached quickly, they could easily capture their auras. He believed that with the strength of 15 people, killing Long E wouldn't be a problem. As for Long Ting, he was following her. He was just a little further away from the first team. With him and 5 aces at the peak of the late stage of the Earth, celestial stage, it would be easy to take down Long Ting. Swish! Just as the mysterious young man gave the order decisively, a dazzling light shone from between his eyebrows. A horrible aura soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, the tumbling heat waves spread wildly in all directions under the horrible aura. In an instant, the area within 1,000 feet around the young man seemed to have become a vacuum zone. How could he still be at the initial stage of the human celestial stage? The aura of his cultivation stage had been raised to the peak of the late stage of the human celestial stage. This wasn't a forced suppression of his cultivation stage. He had used a powerful magic treasure to change his cultivation stage aura. Although Long E, Chun Hao, and the others couldn't see this change, the monitoring system of the Alliance could definitely detect it. But his real cultivation stage was still in the human celestial stage, so it wasn't affected at all. However, it wasn't the aura of his cultivation that was truly formidable, and it was the terrifying energy that had suddenly risen within his body. If Chun Hao were to see this sort of energy, he would definitely be extremely shocked because it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the terrifying energy Long Ting had utilized to seal him all those years ago. Humph. So what have you found out? This time, since I've done it, no one can stop me. Swish! The mysterious young man suddenly turned into a streamer and disappeared. His target was Long Ting. Among the 3 of them, only Long Ting was worthy of his attention. He didn't even take Long E, who was recognized as the invincible celestial being on the Ying planet. Boom, 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 boom. After receiving the order from the mysterious young man, the 20 aces at the peak of the late stage of the Earth, celestial stage, no longer had any scruples. They increased their speed to the limit and flew forward. It was only a short distance of 10,000 miles. For them, it was only a matter of minutes. They estimated the direction in which the mysterious young man had escaped after hiding his aura. They formed a circle and flew forward crazily. At this moment, Long Ting and Long E also caught the aura of the mysterious young man. In the state of hiding our aura, our speed is greatly reduced. Once we're within 1,000 miles, even if we hide our aura, will be discovered by them. Sister, don't hide anymore. Try your best to get close to Brother Chen. Sensing the 5 auras approaching quickly, Long Yi knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, with his speed in the state of hiding, he wouldn't be able to escape in time and would be discovered by the 5 people. At that time, it would be more troublesome. Therefore, the best choice was to fly at full speed. With his speed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to meet up with Chun Hao and Long Ting. As long as the 3 of them met up, with the help of his sister's powerful hiding power and Chun Hao's powerful combat strength and hiding skill, as well as himself, they would have no problem dealing with the mysterious young man. Okay. Boom. Long Ting's graceful and exquisite body suddenly emitted an extremely valiant aura. With a stomp of her feet, she charged towards Chun Hao like a cannonball. At the same time, Chun Hao, who had completely hidden his aura and was in the aircraft, could clearly detect the movements of the 10 cultivators. However, what made him frown slightly was that the 10 of them didn't come close to him. Instead, they stopped hiding their aura and rushed toward Long Yi. What's going on? Are they going to give up on me and focus on Long Yi? Chun Hao instantly understood the other party's intentions. Unfortunately, the distance between him, Long Ting, and Long Yi was tens of millions of miles. Although the aircraft's detection system was powerful, it could only detect a range of 5 million miles. It was impossible to know the situation of the 2 of them. What's your situation? I have 10 experts here who are heading toward you, Brother Long. Chun Hao quickly sent a message. I only have 5 people following me. They have just released their aura and are chasing me with all their might. However, they are not fast enough. I have no problem. Brother, why don't you go toward my brother? I'm afraid my brother can't handle more than 10 Earth celestial stage experts. Long Ting received Chun Hao's message and said directly, I will meet up with you quickly. 10 people coming to me. Long Yi frowned. Although he was known as the invincible Earth Celestial, he was still a human Celestial. His speed was only comparable to the other Earth Celestial stage cultivators who were chasing him. It was impossible for him to shake them off. After all, the gap between them was a whole stage. It was already quite amazing that he could have such speed. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 586. Brother Chen, it seems like I can't meet up with you. I'll go to the right. You inform my sister to change direction and escape to the left. You go forward, or I'll be in trouble if I'm intercepted. Long Yi messaged Chun Hao. Okay. At this moment, Chun Hao could feel that even Long Ting was no longer as careless as before. It was obvious that the other party had given up on him to deal with Long Yi, which had disrupted their plans. Most importantly, it had put Long Yi in a dangerous situation. 15 cultivators, at the peak of the later stage of the Earth Celestial stage. Even if they were not geniuses, Long Yi could not compete with them. However, Chun Hao, who was sitting in the aircraft, looked calm as usual. Although their actions were unexpected, in Chun Hao's opinion, it was impossible for them to threaten him. Phew, it seems like we have to expose ourselves. Let's meet up with Long Yi first. Increase the detection range to the maximum. Turn left and fly at full speed. Start. Yes, master. Boom. The miniature aircraft, which was hidden, suddenly shot out a violent airflow at Chun Hao's command. Swish. The streamer flew across the sky, and its speed increased to a terrifying level. Then, it disappeared into the sky. What's that? What's that? The 10 cultivators, who had changed their direction to kill Long Yi, turned around in surprise when they sensed the horrifying fluctuation coming from their original direction. Immediately, a disc-shaped object, which was emitting a bright light, chased after them at lightning speed. Its speed was absolutely beyond their imagination. Oh no, it's that guy's supreme-grade spiritual treasure. How could it be so fast? Boom, boom, boom. The 10 Earth celestial stage cultivators were shocked. They suddenly flew up and gathered their strength to the peak, trying to stop the miniature aircraft that was flying toward them. They knew very well that if they let the miniature aircraft pass them and meet up with Long E, they would have no hope of killing Long E. At the same time, the leader of the 10 cultivators also sent a message to the mysterious young man. Still want to run? After she finished communicating with Chun Hao, Long Ting also changed her direction slightly. She turned to her left and increased her speed to the maximum. Although the 5 aces at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage had done their best, the distance between them and Long Ting was still increasing gradually. If this continued, they would inevitably be left behind by Long Ting. Relying on her powerful physical strength and boundless true essence, Long Ting was not the slightest bit worried that she would be caught, let alone surrounded. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. Before she could finish her sentence, Long Ting could clearly feel that the distance between her and the person who spoke was rapidly shrinking. The peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. What a terrifying speed. This power. Long Ting's beautiful face became serious for the first time. At the same time, she felt a great threat. It was more horrible than being surrounded by 5 aces at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. This was because she felt an intense sense of danger from the other party's aura. Almost instantly, she knew that this person was the mastermind hiding behind the scenes. Wong. The young man, who was approaching Long Ting at high speed, also received a message from the 3rd group at this moment. This made him frown slightly. The order had been issued to kill Long E. Why did they send a message in such a short time? After all, they were about 10 million miles away from Long E. A group of idiots. That guy must have discovered their movement and exposed his aura to save Long E. What's there to report? The mysterious young man thought quickly, but he still crushed the communication charm. What? A giant magic weapon? 10 times the speed? Or even more? Block it. At all costs. If you fail, you know the consequences. The young man sent a message directly. Boom. At this moment, he, who was already astonishingly fast, suddenly increased his speed again. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed madly toward Long Ting. Long Ting, who was already shocked, suddenly exclaimed, "Fast! The young man's speed is too fast. Even if I use a power that doesn't belong to me, I'm afraid I can't match his speed at most." But in the aircraft, she had used it because of Chun Hao. Until now, she had not recovered and could not use it at all. Who the hell is this guy? He's only at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. When did such a terrifying genius appear on the Asianing planet? Why is he targeting me? I can't escape. Let's fight. At this moment, Long Ting gritted her teeth and suddenly stopped moving forward. At the same time, she crushed a communication charm. "Brother Hao, after you meet up with my brother, you don't have to worry about me. I've shaken them off. After completing the mission, I'll look for you. Tell my brother." This was the message Long Ting sent to Chun Hao. She did not say that she was in danger because she knew very well that this guy with a terrifying aura was not a match for her even when she was able to use her powerful strength, let alone now. What did that mean? It meant that Chun Hao and Long Yi were simply courting death by coming here. Moreover, the smart Long Ting also concluded that the other party's main target was her. This wasn't because Long Ting had already fallen into despair to the point of thinking of sacrificing herself to help Chun Hao and her older brother, and it was instead because even if she was captured and heavily injured by them, she didn't think that they would be able to kill her. So long as she was willing, then even an expert at the heavenly immortal realm could dream of killing her. However, that was her last resort. Now, she would fight first. If she could not fight and was caught, then she would endure it first. As long as she could delay for a few days, she would have enough strength to deal a heavy blow to them. Why did this girl suddenly change her mind? In the aircraft, Chun Hao was slightly puzzled when he received the message from Long Ting. Then, his eyes shone with a cold light. There's definitely a problem. With this girl's personality, how could she go and play by herself? Do the mission by herself? She'll look for us after completing the mission. Although Chun Hao had only been with Long Ting for a short time, he knew that Long Ting was not the kind of person who could endure even the slightest bit of loneliness, regardless of whether it was to others or not. At least with him around, Long Ting could maintain communication with him from 10 million miles away. This was already the limit. This was because they had to find Tantai Lien and obtain the opportunity to complete the mission. Otherwise, this girl would definitely be with him, or Long Yi. This was a person who could continuously ask questions to an emotionless artificial intelligence for several hours. Sister Ting, I want the truth from you. Chun Hao directly crushed a communication talisman. She doesn't even have time to reply. Seeing that the 10 cultivators were getting closer and closer, but Long Ting still did not reply, Chun Hao frowned deeply. She said this because she doesn't want Long Yi and me to go over. She must have met someone who she thinks is going to die if we go over. The situation is more dangerous than Long Yi. Then, I'll expose myself. Originally, Chun Hao did not intend to expose himself too much. He planned to use his speed to go around and pick up Long Yi first. However, the current situation clearly did not allow him to do that. Activate the attack system and lock onto the target. Kill. Yes, master. Boom, 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 boom. Black balls whizzed out and streaked across the sky. There were no deafening explosions, nor were there any terrifying energy waves. In fact, the moment these black balls appeared, whether it was the aircraft, the void, or the cultivators who were rushing over, there seemed to be a momentary silence, as though time had stopped. This was because from the moment the black balls were shot out to the moment they neared the 10 cultivators, there seemed to be no time interval. The speed was too fast. They were only a few hundred miles away, but they were still thinking, what the hell is this? It's fast, but it only contains so little energy, and it wants to attack us. Humph! Each and every one of them disdainfully released their energy, wanting to blast away this attack that they didn't care about at all. Four of them even directly condensed their energy into their fists, wanting to punch the shockingly fast black ball, and explode it. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, indeed, they did it. They blew up the black balls with one punch. However, after the explosion, what appeared was their miserable, mournful, and incredulous screams. Of course, even their screams were insignificant under the terrifying sound of the explosion. One by one, their flesh and blood were scattered by the explosion. In just one round of attack, 10 cultivators at the peak of the later stage of the Earth, celestial stage, were all seriously injured. 4 of them had their fists blown up. Their faces and bodies were covered with blood. They could not open their eyes or hear anything. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that they were all wearing protective armors. Furthermore, due to the toughness of their physical bodies, the exposed parts of their bodies were not blasted into smithereens. To be more precise, they were only heavily injured physically. Other than that, they were not seriously injured. As long as they had elixirs, they could recover in a short time. Without elixirs, they could also recover quickly with their cultivation stages. However, before they came to their senses from the shock, the continuous sound of explosions came out from the aircraft again. Hide. It was too late. Firstly, the distance was getting closer and closer. Secondly, the speed of the cannonballs fired by the aircraft was too fast. In addition, they were seriously injured by the first attack. The only thing they could do at this moment was to increase their strength to the peak and activate their protective dipper chi. They also used their true core strength to block the attack from afar. However, it was a pity that all of this was in vain. Speed was the only thing that could not be broken. Moreover, the time Chen Hao set for the attack and the explosion of the bomb was completely calculated according to the target's position, distance, and speed. In other words, it would not explode when it encountered obstacles in the middle. It would only explode when it hit the target. In the blink of an eye, miserable cries came out from the mouths of the 10 people. Even if a single pellet was unable to break through their protective armor, the frequency of the attacks was too dense. These fellows, if they made one wrong step, then every step would be wrong. There was no longer any possibility of dodging. Moreover, their injuries were getting more and more serious. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.